The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need it. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Krumah. We should be joined with our other host, Lady Che, and maybe Shabaka. We shall see. And our good friend, Christian Mata, Josh, he might be joining us as well. And on this season 5, episode 12, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several topics. The first topic is the tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, from now all the way up to 2100. So this is the year and the decade of tangibles, and we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our votes. Then we got No Kings protest takes place in Colorado and across the country. So these moms was out protesting the dump as inhuman shit, and we'll make that perfectly clear. All over the country, and I'm gonna showcase some of the stuff that happened here in Colorado today. Then we got Senator Alex Padilla tackled by Secret Service for his own people. Representative Maxine Waters defends other groups. Then Latina calls out her own people for making them look bad, waving foreign flags and fleeing to America. Latino protesters hurl N-word at Black cop amid anti-ICE protests. I'm sure y'all seen that by now, but if you haven't, we're gonna play that. It's been circulating all over Twitter. And then Terry Anderson warned Congress in 1990, that was 35 years ago, that FBAs were being ethnically cleansed out of LA. And yes, Tulsa's Reparations is another housing voucher scam. So please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, as well as J Militants and Kookies. Also support the GoFundMe if you're able. And we got the copyright disclaimer in here as well. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, how it works, and everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion. And some say health and nutrition. Shout out to Nelly Fuller Jr. May he continue to rest in power. Also, racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, may she rest in power as well. So those are the topics, and that's what we're going to be discussing. So I'm going to read like I've been reading for the past 5 years. Shout out to Crew. I see you in the building. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Daniel. And anybody else that will be tuning in later. Yeah, that damn protest was pissing me off. Well, yeah, it was pissing me off too, Twin. Let's see. Anyway, I'm glad your 808s was bumping, Crew. To the Kookies. And I got pics of the week protests in Chicago Heights. Oh, okay. Yeah, share them with me on Twitter. Yeah, Kookies is on it. I need a beat from him for my FBA music album. Shit, you and him should do a damn collabo album. That would be dope as hell. But yeah, he's coming out with a new album too. So I can't wait for both of them to drop. All right, so I'm gonna read the tangibles first down that Tariq Nasheed came out with back in 2019, which was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, were going to demand from the two-party system. So back in 2019, our good FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, came out with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, again, the foundational Black Americans, were going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this statement like I've been doing for the past 6 years. So instead of 2020, instead of 2020, it's 2025, all the way up to 2100. We got the midterms next year in 2026. We got the next presidential election in 2028. The next Denver election is in 2027. And several major cities like New York City and others are having their local elections this year as well in 2025. So all of those elections are coming up. Let me share my screen. So all those elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus a non-neglect policy. It's just blatant neglect at this point. It's not even malign no more. It's just very obvious, in your face, belligerent neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This belligerent or in your overtly neglectful policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, distressed, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, etc., marginalized, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group by providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I already stated, several cities are having their local elections this year, like New York City, for instance. Okay, I'm going to check them out, crew. And let me finish with this tangibles. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2025, it's Tangibles 2025. And like I said, next year's the midterm elections is Tangibles 2026. And 2027 is the next Denver election. So it'll be Tangibles 2027. And the next presidential election is in 2028. All the way up to 2100, Black family. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote. So when we say tangible, we're talking about something real, something with substance, something you can touch, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations for past, present, and future atrocities that this United States government, this corporation, continues to put our people through in 2025. So if no politician at the local, state, or federal level is offering intangibles, don't even waste your time voting for them, Black family. So, and when we say tangibles, like I said, reparations, and that amount started at 100 trillion, now it's up to a gazillion, but the ultimate total is 906 trillion. But, you know, that's really hard to wrap your brain around. That's like a trillion with like, I would say, to the sixth power, at least. So it just started off at 100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities, and that's been compounding interest since we started with that amount back in 2022, 2021. So now it's up to a gazillion, at least. Yeah, we have to count the money in light years exactly. Yeah, like in sectrillions, like the weight of the planet. So, also an anti-Black hate crime bill passed into law, similar to the ones that the Asians got, and an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states at the very minimum, and tax-free exemption for all foundational Black Americans. We have to count. Yep, exactly, twin, and exactly, crew. So, yeah, we're gonna continue to mess up the tangible for our votes. And if no politician at the local, state, and federal level is offering you tangibles, don't even waste your time, Black family. If we're gonna vote, it's because we have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda is the Black First agenda. To start calling it the FBA First agenda, and that cause is reparations. Like I said, in the amount of quadrillions or trillions for past, present, and future atrocities that were brought against our people. They really just need us to enforce the laws already on the books, enforce the hate crimes against us. They just don't. Well, we need specific policies, specific lineage-based policy that provides us protection similar to the ones that the small hats got, that all these other groups got, besides us. If you put a hand on, you don't even have to put a hand on an Asian person, that's considered a hate crime. So just looking at them the wrong way is considered a hate crime. But these moms, they can kill us with impunity and nothing ever happens to them. Yeah, exactly. FBA equals Black. We are the only Black people on the planet. The rest are just highly melanated. Yep. You get no argument from me on that. So that's the tangibles. Lady Che has stepped out, so I can't hear what her thoughts are on the tangibles. So I'm gonna move to the next topic because we're definitely pressed for time. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us. I got you, crew, too. I just got to get to the Walmart to send the money to you, but I got you. So, in other news, we got the No Kings protest that took place in Colorado across the country. So, here in Colorado, we had a No Kings protest earlier today. As far as I know, there was no arrest, but they was tear gassing and macing people. So I might pull up some of that footage here shortly. Just a small clip on what went down in Denver today in regards to the No Kings protest, which shout out to Black Alpha Network covered yesterday that this is a paid event. They were paying people to protest, or they were lying, saying they were going to pay people to protest. But for the most part, I'm glad to see Black people stay the hell out of this madness. So I'm going to play what happened here in Colorado today from our NBC affiliate 9 News.
In Colorado and across the nation, making their voices heard today. Communities are holding anti-Trump rallies being labeled as No Kings protests. We've already seen large crowds fill the Colorado state capitol. It was a similar story out in Arvada. Dozens of protesters gathered there today. The protests are being organized by the 50-51 movement. It stands for 50 states, 50 protests, 1 movement. The organization says the goal is to support democracy and protest against what they say are authoritarian actions of the Trump administration. Those protests reaching many communities across Colorado. Here's what it looked like in Longmont this afternoon. According to the 50-51 movement's website, the core principle behind the events is a commitment to nonviolence. Thanks for joining us this evening. I'm Evan Krugel. These protests coincide with the military parade happening in Washington, D.C. today to commemorate the Army's 250th anniversary. President Donald Trump also attended the parade while celebrating his 79th birthday. Protests happening across the state. Jeremy Hohola has been talking with protesters in several smaller Colorado communities. But we start with Ria Jha, who's live in Denver. Ria, how did things look out there today?
Yeah, we've been here the entire afternoon, and while there's a significant crowd right now, the entire area in front of Civic Center Park and up the Capitol steps was filled with people. Now, national headlines, there were a lot of concerns about security and violence, but the protests here in Denver looked much different than that. We were seeing, it was one of the more calmer and peaceful protests that I've ever seen. There were a lot of homemade signs, costumes, and people sprawled over the grass, sharing water and sitting in the shade. Protesters I spoke with said they weren't expecting violence and they weren't going to let the fear keep them from exercising their First Amendment rights. People we spoke with showed up for solidarity, to stand up for migrants in this country, and to show a general disapproval over how President Trump is running this country.
It's impossible to remain silent. Silence means you agree with what's going on.
Denver's a peaceful city. There's no violence here today. There won't be unless, some nut kicks it off or the police attack protesters.
Afterwards, they was acting a fool.
You have to remember that it was over 90 degrees here today. The sun was shining, so it's not surprising that people were kind of just laying out, hanging out at the park here. I know that there are groups of people marching throughout the city, but other than that, it's pretty tame here, but we will continue to monitor that situation as it goes forward. Reporting live at the Capitol, Ria Jha, 9 News.
Yeah, quite a crowd out there today. Thank you, Ria.
It
is not just major cities seeing these protests. Many smaller communities have been rallying for the same cause. Our Jeremy Hohola continues our team coverage from Golden. Jeremy, you logged a lot of miles today. What have protesters been telling you?
Yeah, that's right, Evan. Outside of Denver, like here in Golden, the crowds have been coming out, especially in areas that are considered conservative. We put a lot of miles in our news unit today. First in Parker, crowds gathered along several intersections there. Town police originally told the organizers in Parker not to protest because officers would be too busy with the Parker Days Festival on Main Street. The No Kings organizers decided to move forward with their protests anyway and avoided the festival on Main Street. We then rolled up to Centennial, to the corner of Dry Creek Road and University Boulevard. We saw crowds gathering at this intersection, lining up and sharing their views about President Trump's policies. The crowds here chanted slogans, waved American flags, and held signs that said the word "No Kings." And then in the heart of Littleton, we saw crowds with the same message. Here, people gathered along Santa Fe Drive as people drove by honking in support. The heat definitely not stopping people from standing in the direct sun. Here's some of the people we heard from today.
There's a lot of vocal people that are Trump supporters here in Douglas County, especially in Parker. I've lived here for probably 25 years, maybe more, and we don't all support him. We don't support what he's doing.
I don't like what Trump is doing to our country. We need to show that we have a voice.
I don't want to see someone who's declared himself king sort of ruining our country and taking it back 250 years.
I'm just appalled at what Trump is trying to do to our country. He's trying to take health care away from poor people who need it.
And so far here in Golden, the crowds have certainly dissipated. This protest was scheduled from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, so lots of people leaving the area right now. But we haven't heard of any conflicts, any incidents of violence at any of the places that we visited today. Very peaceful protest so far today. Back to you.
Jeremy Hohola covering the entire metro area for us today. Thank you, Jeremy. Almost every corner of the country participated in protests today. This is what it looked like from Los Angeles to Atlanta, Chicago, and Philadelphia. The rallies were organized in nearly 2,000 locations. At the center of the protests are the recent ICE raids and immigration policies from the Trump administration. These protests follow the recent unrest in Los Angeles over federal immigration raids and President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and Marines. The demonstrations come on the Army's 250th anniversary, and it also happens to fall on Trump's 79th birthday. A parade is now underway in Washington, D.C., celebrating the American military. Ahead of that parade, protesters with Refuse Fascism marched across Washington, D.C.
Whether this administration continues unchecked is up to we, the people. Nobody can afford to sit this out.
Department of Homeland Security exposed for lying to justify dragging Senator Alex Padilla out.
Oh, shit.
Of
Jumped ahead. Okay, let me play what Crew wanted me to share. So. If the computer don't freeze up on me. Okay. Are these videos or just pictures, Crew? Oh, they're just pictures. So Crew was out in Chicago Heights, Illinois, and I guess they had a little protest out there. So he sent me a couple pictures. So here's one. Like they had a little car parade. Yeah, you can see him right there. Yeah, that wasn't much of a protest. Okay. All right, Crew. I had another video I was gonna play for y'all in regards to this. Oh, this is the one Demetria K did. This one. So Demetria K, she was either in LA or in Houston, and they had a protest as well. She was out there showing us what these crackers and Mexicans and OTBs was up to.
Out here, y'all, I kid you not, I don't see no black people. Either black people or black men.
Yeah, that wasn't much of a
I don't see no black people.
Sí se puede, sí se puede, sí se puede, sí se puede.
Oh, I didn't see the video.
I guess they're saying we could have had Congress. They got the Mexican flag with the American flag.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. You got the American flag upside down.
Don't tell me. I
On
don't see
top
everything.
of the Mexican flag.
Besides me and my sister, I don't see no black people out here.
Good. I'm glad there's no black people out there.
Look at this brother right here. I don't know what he's doing. Let's see.
Yeah, that brother was like picking shit up off the ground.
Now, mind y'all, we downtown. So
What is this brother
doing?
So I don't know if this is downtown Houston or downtown LA. But Demetria K was out there filming the protest. That brother was wrong. There's only one black person
So I
out
see
there.
one brother actively protesting. One brother. Oh, it says Cheeto has to go. That's what it says. Cheeto has to go. There's a lot of people out here. I tell you that. A lot of people.
That's good. I'm glad there was hardly any
Somebody
black
out here
folk
with
out there for that bullshit. Okay.
I'll hardly see no black people. Move away from this horse's booty before I do something. Justice, no peace, and no black people. Okay, I'm supposed to be there for one. I think he's black. See if we can count them.
Right.
What does the sign say? People have the power. This man right here.
People have the power. They still our slogan. That's our type of shit. That's like you saying all power to people.
That this ain't our fight. We got to okay. Here goes.
Exactly. This shit ain't got nothing to do with us.
Look at dejected and confused. Yeah, no justice, no peace, and hardly no
Oh, hell no. No justice, no peace. That's our shit. That's our shit.
nothing like 3 black people.
Bud blinking back to school
They
for
protesting everything out here. And this
going
one
to more
right here,
people
she's
than this.
so black. Most black people I see out here got cameras, like they, journaling or whatever it is, they catching footage or whatever the case is. So that's pretty much what I see so far. I don't know, y'all. Y'all tell me. Black people got the memo. Have we finally understood that we need to stand up for business for Black Americans and let everybody else fight their own battles?
I don't know, can y'all tell where this is at? That's some farm
We were
food
told
stuff.
that we need to fight our
Some
own
either
battles.
down
They're not
south
interested in aligning with
or
us.
out west.
I think we've gotten enough. I'm in Riverside, California. For those of
Oh,
you who
Riverside.
remember.
Okay, well, that's a California.
Downtown Main, what is it? Main Street, City Hall, downtown area, Civic Center. I guess this protest is a combination of things. The No Kings
Yeah, I
Day,
can't understand it either, Clue. It still make no sense to
and
me.
I guess whatever else is on everybody else's mind.
The
But again,
upside
that's who I
flag
see out
means
here.
a nation in distress.
I don't see black people.
That's
Just
how
a
it's
small
explained to me.
one or two or three.
Look, you know, we got the Guatemalan mixed with an American flag. What the hell?
That's all
Ain't got
I'll
no
say about
goddamn
that.
Guatemalan.
If we could call her
Yeah,
that,
and then
right?
we're gonna get to that crew. We're gonna get to them burning the U.S. flag and all of that. That's the one
Maybe
cruise.
back away from Leon, he just rolled up on his mic.
Look at this cracker. Yeah, man. It's like about that.
Okay, I see some black people. See what they do. Said we the people, but I don't know if they're part of it.
One can say the U.S. burning the U.S. flag on another flag is an act of invasion. Exactly.
Let me get on
That's
out of
exactly
here
what
before
it is. Look, a Mexican flag with a United States flag. Hell no. Hell to the no. Okay, so they kept saying that there was
9 News at 9 starts right
damn
now.
lie.
We begin tonight with breaking news after a shooting involving Aurora police. We know an officer shot someone following a family disturbance at a home on East Arkansas Drive. We have a crew on scene. They'll bring us the latest in just a few minutes. But first, demonstrations in Denver have taken a turn. What started out as peaceful protests against the Trump administration is ending tonight with a face-off against police officers. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Evan Krugel. We saw dozens of peaceful No Kings protests all day long until one took a turn just 2 hours ago. Take a listen.
Yeah, it was hitting with tear gas and
it all started when protesters tried to move on to West Colfax near the I-25 interchange. They were met by Denver police officers staged at Osage. DPD says protesters attempted to push through and gain access to the highway. Police then responded with non-lethal tactics, including smoke and pepper balls. Denver police say protesters threw rocks and bottles at officers. DPD says they've arrested 5 people so far in this incident. Police also arrested 1 man earlier in the day for attempting to block off Spear near Ball Arena. Our Ria Jha is joining us live from that area. Ria, you were right there as all of this unfolded.
Yeah, Evan, earlier near Aurora campus, it was a really scary situation. We were on the front lines with everyone. I had this mask, and even with it, we were coughing. I was getting hit by pellets. So police were lined up in tactical gear. They formed up a line along 7th and Colfax Avenue, and all of a sudden started firing off pepper balls and smoke, shooting pellets. Many people were coughing. People were running away. Multiple people were handcuffed and detained from what we saw. Police moved that line for 3 blocks all the way down to Spear, firing off pepper bombs along the way. Smoke. Police said they had to do that because protesters were trying to get onto I-25. Those protesters were armed with gas masks, yelling things at police. And when I was here earlier today, it could not have been a more different situation. It was peaceful. People were laying out on the lawns. When we got to Aurora campus, it completely turned. So now protesters are kind of doing laps around the city. They're definitely still here. Some people are still at the Capitol, but we will kind of monitor this situation as it develops. Reporting live at the Capitol, Ria Jha, 9 News.
Yeah, we'll continue to stay on top of this. Ria, thank you so much for that reporting. We do want to stress the protests for most of the day were entirely peaceful throughout Denver and beyond. Hundreds of people gathered in downtown Denver under the sweltering heat. The No Kings protest is part of a nationwide response to what they are calling authoritarian actions of the Trump administration. people we spoke with showed up for the solidarity to stand up for migrants in the country and to express general disapproval over how President Trump is running the country.
It's impossible to remain silent. Silence means you agree with what's going on.
My nonprofit works with migrants and unhoused women, and I just had communication with one of the families we're working with, and they are frightened. They don't want to go out.
Similar protests were also seen in smaller communities. We swung by towns like Parker. Police originally told the organizers in Parker not to protest because officers would be too busy with the Parker Days Festival on Main Street. The No Kings organizers decided to move forward with the protest anyway and avoided the festival on Main Street. We also saw large crowds rally in Arvada, all with a similar message.
Mass incarceration.
The Colorado protests joined the whole nationwide movement. Protests were held in virtually every major U.S. city. The rallies were organized more than 2,000 locations in all 50 states. From Los Angeles to Seattle, protesters crowded the streets. The recent ICE raids and immigration policies fueling these protests. Just as National Guard troops and the Marines are in Los Angeles, the president attended a military parade celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Army. The parade also falls on President Trump's 79th birthday. Now to some breaking news out of Aurora. Aurora police say one of their officers shot a man during a family disturbance call on East Arkansas Drive. This all happened around 6 o'clock. 9 News reporter Colton Chavez is at the scene now with the latest. Colton, what have you learned out there tonight?
Well, Evan, in the 3.5, almost 4 hours since police got that first call, this is what Arkansas Drive still looks like. Police vehicles all up and down this road. And if you look over my shoulder, you can actually see a command center that they set up as well. A lot of focus on that corner home that you can see behind me. Now, when I spoke with Aurora police, they tell me this whole thing started because somebody inside the home, a third person, called because they said the couple inside the home continued to fight. Now, as Evan just said, that call came in around 5:45 this afternoon. Now, when police arrived, the officers spoke with a 58-year-old man inside of the garage, and they separated him from the woman that his wife, actually, what Aurora police tell us. Now, during that conversation, Aurora police say that's when, at one point during that conversation, the man grabbed a gun from inside somewhere in that garage. Now, police continued to make comments to him, telling him to drop the weapon, but he ignored them.
After numerous orders and commands for the male to put the gun down, to drop the gun, and had every opportunity to do so, the male did not comply and turned the gun in a manner that was threatening to the officer, and the officer, in fear for his life, fired an unknown number of shots to protect himself and to protect others around him.
Aurora police tell us that none of their officers involved with this incident were hurt. As for the man who was shot by police, he was taken to a nearby hospital with life-threatening injuries. That was the latest update we could get from Aurora police when we spoke to them within the past hour. Live in Aurora tonight, Colton Chavez.
Minority include
Colton, thank you. To some more breaking news tonight, crews are battling a wildfire just west of Boulder. Boulder Fire Rescue says it's happening northwest of Boulder Canyon, where they say crews are working quickly to get water on the fire. This video from Sky 9 shows it burning on a rocky hillside. No word at this point how big this fire is or if any homes or structures are in danger. Corey Reppenhagen joins us now. Corey, it's been hot and dry out there. Not great news for firefighters.
Nope, the fuels are drying out very fast under these hot, dry conditions. Fortunately, no fire weather conditions today. With the wind, we will have fire weather tomorrow. So we're getting into that part of the season where we really need to pay attention to these things. Fortunately for today, the wind was very... it worked in the firefighters' favor, so let's say that. So, but it's different terrain there. Here's the city of Denver right now. What a nice evening we had after we hit our first 90-degree day of the year. Typically, we hit about 45 or 46 of those each year. We had 64 yesterday. So buckle up. We have really comfortable conditions right now, though, across the Front Range. 81 degrees here in downtown Denver. The severe thunderstorm watch has been lifted as the ingredients for severe weather are starting to fizzle. We've got some heavy rain running across Interstate 76 right now, but we're starting to lose the ability for these storms to grow strong. So most likely just rain and thunderstorm and thunder and lightning through the night. This is your forecast in Denver tomorrow. Lots of sunshine early, just like we saw today. Temperatures getting up there again to about 93 degrees with some afternoon clouds, but will likely stay dry in Denver. More on that coming up in the forecast.
All right, thanks, Corey. A manhunt is underway for a man suspected of killing a Minnesota state lawmaker and her spouse, as well as injuring another lawmaker and his wife. Officials say Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were killed. Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were shot several times and are recovering. They are expected to survive. The shootings took place at their homes. Law enforcement has since identified the suspect as 57-year-old Vance Bolter. They say he posed as a police officer. They say they found writings inside a fake police car recovered at one of the scenes of those shootings. In it, it mentioned the names of several lawmakers and other officials. Investigators say they also found no Kings flyers in the suspect's car.
The question was, is the manifesto and the information that we have received as their motivations? We are working diligently on that. There's certainly some indications within that, but there's not specifics enough.
As police search for the shooter, they're urging people in the area to stay indoors. Several Colorado lawmakers are reacting to the shootings. Democratic Governor Jared Polis posted on X saying Colorado stands with Minnesota, sending his sympathies to those impacted. He also said divisive politics must be rejected. Democratic Senator Michael Bennet said he is devastated by the assassination of Representative Hortman. He went on to say there is no place for political violence in a democracy. And Democratic State Representative Joe Neguse also chimed in, calling today a dark day for our country.
Oh my God, Neguse. That's the motherfucker. He's a damn tether from like somewhere in Africa. But he's one of our representatives. This motherfucker, he don't comb his hair. He don't wear no lotion, nothing. He be representing us real bad. Goddamn tether. Okay, I got another clip to play for y'all. I don't know if it's the same one.
Protesting the Trump administration took to Denver streets tonight, and that led to a couple of arrests by police after they told protesters to get off Broadway.
9 News reporter Colton Chavez joins us now. And Colton, you've been following this all night. Tell us what you've been seeing.
Less than a week, they told the motherfuckers to get off the Broadway.
Well, right now, this is exactly where those protesters were met by that police line. This is Broadway. Right behind me is the intersection of Exposition. And while we were here, we saw police use a bunch of different tactics to try to get that protest group to disperse. And some of those are still even here on the ground as I talk to you now. I want you to pay attention to these things that we're going to show you on the ground. It looks like a paintball, and basically we saw police officers shooting these out into the crowd, and they would disperse some sort of a white smoke. You can actually see some of the remnants of that still covering the street. Those white little explosions that you see, those are what were being used along with different smoke canisters as well. Now, what I want to do is I want to give you guys an idea of what we saw within the last hour. So I'm going to go ahead and turn your attention to some video about what we saw here within the last hour, and that's when we saw protesters meeting police at that police line. It was filled with the Colorado State Patrol and Denver police officers. Now, again, we watched as officers used non-lethal tactics like those pepper balls I was just showing you, but they were also throwing smoke canisters into the crowd. People were using things like umbrellas and covering their mouths with their shirts. Others had actual masks on as well. And during that protest, when they were meeting with police, several arrests were made. We saw several people be brought down by police and placed in some sort of handcuffs. And then at one point, there was a drone that was flying over the crowd of protesters. We saw some sort of object fly from the group, hit that drone, and then it was taken down into the street where protesters began smashing and throwing it up against the street as well. Now, this all started at a protest at the state capitol around 5 o'clock today, where we saw what was once a unified group split into two different groups. One headed down towards 19th. The other made their way up here down Broadway to Exposition. Now, eventually, several protesters used a microphone to encourage that group to leave. And that's when we started seeing this group turn around and start to walk away. Now, if I can bring you back out here for another live look at Exposition right here off Broadway. Standing here now, if I can give you guys any indication of how much smoke was used, me, my photojournalist, Mark, and Austin, we have a 3-man crew here today. We're still sniffing and we're still coughing because there are remnants of this from here in Exposition for the next few blocks down as well. Now, after this, we do plan to head back down Broadway towards the Capitol. We're not sure what activity is still there, but we're going to continue to follow this for the rest of the night.
Colton, does it look like there's still a critical mass of protesters out there? Is there still a large group, or have they dispersed?
Well, Kyle, at least we're here off Broadway. We watched that group. All indications right now from what we're hearing is that there are people still making their way back to the Capitol. Context, it would be a 55-minute walk for them to go from here back to the Capitol, over 2.5 miles. So I imagine there are still several protesters out on the streets tonight, Kyle.
Right. And probably some that are going to drop off now that they have done this and it's getting dark. So thank you, Colton. We know you'll stay in touch with us, keep us abreast of everything that's happening here in Denver tonight.
Yeah. Parts of downtown LA are under curfew right now as protests there over immigration raids enter their 5th night. Right. Curfew in LA is in effect from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. LA Mayor Karen Bass announced a curfew in the last couple hours. She said she'd been considering it for several days and decided it was necessary after nearly 24 businesses were looted or vandalized last night. Tonight, LA's mayor also called the Trump administration's deployment of the military into the city unnecessary, said LA has the resources to address the situation. California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom is asking a federal court to limit what the military can do during these protests.
Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point.
I mean, President Trump's saving his city. President Trump's doing what he should have done. Gavin Newsom could have responded right away.
The LAPD says they arrested nearly 200 people today, including many who marched right on the 101 freeway.
Switching gears, it was a great day to get outside. Downtown Denver hit 90 degrees for the first time this year. We saw a lot of people out there taking advantage of the sunny weather, warm temperatures, beautiful sunset. We've seen some isolated storms tonight, kind of heard a rumble of thunder here and there, but we're expecting everything to kind of clear out. Kathy, this is stuff people love.
Yes, and hard to believe it's not even summer yet. This summer-like warmth will continue for the majority of the week, peaking over Father's Day weekend. 90 degrees in downtown Denver. Official observation site is out at DIA at 87. Average high for the date, 82. Records are typically this time of year in the mid-90s, so we weren't quite there. But look at this. We are sitting at 9:05 p.m. It's still in the 70s in downtown Denver, Greeley, and Fort Collins. We are tracking thunderstorms, as Kim mentioned, non-severe, but thunder, lightning, a brief shower. They're tracking toward the east off the foothills. The rain is beneficial across western and southwestern Colorado, where they could use every drop. Not seeing a lot of that rain making it to the ground here, but it's certainly possible over the next hour. And as we look at future casts, these little storms are going to roll out, and then we're going to do this all over again tomorrow. So coming up, we'll check the radar again, talk about the midweek storm outlook and the potential record high temperature for Father's Day.
A man from Centennial drowned in southern Colorado over the weekend. The Pueblo County coroner says 44-year-old Daniel Strawn died at Lake Pueblo State Park on Saturday afternoon. CPW says he was with a group of people when he complained about being hot and jumped into the water without a life jacket. The group later found him unconscious. People at the lake and first responders performed CPR, but he was pronounced dead at the park.
An investor facing criminal charges for code violations at a troubled apartment complex in Aurora claims he's got nothing to do with the property. Public records contradict his claim. The Edge at Lowry, near 12th and Dallas and Aurora, was shut down in February. The complex made national headlines over inaccurate claims by President Trump and conservative media that a Venezuelan gang had taken over the city. Aurora cited the landlord, Zev Baumgarten, for a list of code violations. In court documents, his attorney now claims he had nothing to do with this place. But 9 News Investigates found he told police 2 years ago that he was a manager there. Baumgarten could spend up to a year in jail if convicted. He's due in court tomorrow.
Colorado's largest school district is dropping its lawsuit against the Trump administration, though Denver Public Schools is still celebrating it as a victory. The district filed the lawsuit in February, hoping to force the Department of Homeland Security to keep a policy that prevents federal agents from carrying out immigration raids at school. The suit was in response to ICE raids around the Denver metro area. That didn't happen on school property, but DPS argued it created fear among teachers and students. DPS announced today that both sides agreed to dismiss the lawsuit, saying the legal challenge forced new transparency from Homeland Security. They didn't provide specifics, but the district says they now believe schools are protected from immigration operations, but plan to file another suit if that changes.
The National Science Foundation is looking at drastic budget cuts as part of the Trump administration's efforts to slash the size of the federal government. Boulder's National Center for Atmospheric Research, NCAR, is part of that. National Science Foundation is submitting its budget request to Congress with a near 40% cut for NCAR, $50 million worth. NCAR works to provide understanding of weather and climate processes that affect everyone. Supporters of the budget cuts say this is needed to save money. Critics believe the Trump administration is trying to shut up scientists who talk about climate change.
Yeah, Michigan.
It's just, we're going to cut it.
Michigan.
I don't know how else to read that other than this is, we don't feel like getting more information about climate change.
NCAR did not say if the possible cuts will bring mass layoffs or which of its specific projects will be affected.
Colorado now has more than a dozen measles cases so far this year. That has more people rolling up their sleeves and getting the shot.
9 News reporter Rachel Krause shows us Denver Health is seeing an increase in measles vaccinations.
As like a millennial 32, it's not really something that my friends and I discuss. We don't get together on Saturday and say, do you have your measles vaccine done?
Jake Yolis assumed he'd gotten his MMR vaccine for measles, along with all the other childhood shots. A blood panel showed he didn't have immunity. So with measles spreading through the state, Jake made the trip to Denver Health.
Just getting my MMR vaccine today.
It's not just Jake. Bob Belknap says Denver Health is seeing an increase in the number of people getting MMR shots.
Yes, the biggest increase we saw in younger kids, and primarily in that age group, that 0 to 4 age group.
Belknap chairs Denver Health's Public Health Institute. He says their ambulatory care service clinics began contacting families with kids who hadn't been vaccinated after the first measles case in Colorado back in March. They vaccinated more than 3,200 people this year, up 13% over last year. And measles vaccinations at public health immunization clinics, like where Jake got his shot, are up too.
We've also seen an increase in vaccinations, interestingly, among older adults, so 50 and older. I think most of that is probably people who were uncertain and didn't have documentation of their immunity.
Colorado's MMR vaccination rates sit in the high 80s. Belknap says that's below the 95% needed for herd immunity. With 14 measles cases so far in the state, 8 of those in unvaccinated people, Belknap says they're hoping to bring immunization numbers back up to stop people from getting sick.
It really is the most contagious virus we know of. It's 9 out of 10 people who are non-immune and get exposed will end up getting sick from measles.
Jake says this shot in the arm is something that helps him feel more comfortable.
There's absolutely no reason to not do that.
As Rachel Krause reporting, Denver Health says if you think you've been exposed to measles, give your health provider their location a call before you show up so they can take steps to protect others just in case you do have measles.
All right, I got one more for y'all.
Another near 90-degree day in Denver. Earlier, it was a great day to get outside, sit by the water, cool off, maybe in some water if you wanted that. Now, all eyes on the skies as the clouds roll in. We know this is part of the deal here. On our weather impact team is tracking the chance for some evening storms. So, Kathy, what we got going?
We have had, Kim, some rain, thunder, and lightning as the evening drive has been well underway, with a couple of severe cells up in Weld County that have the potential to produce hail. The radar is pretty active. Most of the storm activity has shifted over Denver and points eastward, and temperatures have come way down now with that cloud cover and the showers around the area. But you can see how active the radar is, and we've also got radar detection on. A line of storms east of Akron and west of Ray could have hail. We had a couple of cells roll through Weld County that did go severe because of the wind threat and quarter-size hail threat have not had hail reports yet, thankfully. And then this line has come through Aurora, getting reports of some small hail, heavy torrential rain in Parker and down toward the Castle Rock area. A lot of lightning. Again, thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning is really dangerous here in Colorado, of course, anywhere and any time of the year, but certainly in springtime with these daily thunderstorms coming through, you have to really be mindful of the skies. Watch the skies and the beneficial rain that we're seeing.
State Capitol. Officers fired pepper balls to clear the crowd. Police say there were challenges yesterday, but they've made big changes to how they police protests since 2020.
No hate, no fear. Yeah.
Protesters hit the streets of downtown Denver Tuesday, protesting ICE and the Trump administration's deportation. 18 were arrested, accused of graffiti, creating Molotov cocktails, even trying to hit a cop with a guitar.
So no serious injuries, thank goodness.
An arrest affidavit shows one person hurt, taken to Denver Health after being hit in the head with a skateboard. Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas says officers used smoke canisters and shot pepper balls to clear the crowd when protesters tried to get on I-25.
Unfortunately, there were some agitators in the crowd that threw rocks and bottles at officers and tried to shut down the highway.
Hours later, protesters spotted officers in a garage near the Capitol, grabbing the lock gate and shaking it. Officers shot pepper balls through the gate and from the garage roof to clear the crowd. How they police protests Tuesday stemmed from changes made after protests in 2020, like not firing or hitting the crowd with projectiles and announcing it beforehand.
That's a tactic that we call area denial. So, we're not impacting individuals with paintball pellets. We're actually impacting the ground or walls or hard surfaces. So that irritant can kind of get in the air and keep people away from the area that we're trying to protect.
The city has paid out more than $18 million, with another $14 million on the table after 2020 protests. And DPD has mandated body cameras, using less lethal force against protesters, and making sure officer badge numbers are visible.
And just really being quite tolerant of behavior that may be disruptive to the community, in terms of blocking traffic and things like that, and just really not engaging until things turn violent.
Since 2020, Thomas says DPD is often able to manage protests without issue. With another protest planned Saturday, he says they're ready for whatever the day brings.
And we're certainly hopeful that things don't turn ugly like they did last night, but prepared to respond.
Denver police tell me they're preparing for Saturday's protests and have enough officers able to help. And it's not just DPD keeping an eye on these protests. The Office of the Independent Monitor is watching the police response to protests both last night and in the future, keeping an eye out for any concerning behavior.
That's the cure.
Rachel Krause, thank you. Similar protests continue across the country as people speak out against immigration enforcement. Several other cities have taken part in demonstrations, including New York, Boston, Washington, D.C., and Chicago. In Los Angeles, an overnight curfew is now in effect in parts of downtown to lower risk of the violent protests happening. The mayor there says the curfew is likely to continue for a few days. Closer to home, a man is in custody tonight after Arvada police say he stole a car from a woman who was with her children outside of a local swimming pool. Arvada police say this happened Tuesday morning just before 10:45 while the woman was near Safe Splash Swim School. Investigators say a man approached the woman in her car, claiming somebody was chasing him and trying to kill him. He then pulled the woman out of her car before driving off in it. Arvada police say the woman was able to get her children out of the car before he took off. Investigators later tracked that stolen car to Golden. Police then arrested Clifton William White. He was reportedly trying to flag down cars on Highway 58 and Highway 6. He is facing a charge of aggravated robbery.
A judge in Aurora issued 7 bench warrants this afternoon for an Aurora landlord who failed to appear in court. The man has claimed Venezuelan gangs took over 3 apartment buildings about a year ago. Attorneys told the judge that Zev Baumgarten doesn't feel safe to come to Colorado due to the threats from gang members. The city filed 7 criminal cases against him related to failures to keep units at the edge of Lowry Apartments and Whispering Pines livable. We told you last night that Baumgarten says he's not the apartment's owner or manager. However, 9 News Investigates found he told police in 2023 he was the manager. He also claims the city is prosecuting him because of his religion. It's not clear what will happen next in these cases. When 9 News asked Baumgarten's lawyer if Zeb will turn himself in, the lawyer told us, quote, "I don't know."
A man accused of trying to kidnap a girl in Westminster last year pleaded guilty in court this morning. On the morning of October 25th, Westminster police say the girl was walking to school when a car pulled up next to her near West 125th Avenue and Delaware Street. She told officers the driver pointed a gun at her and told her to get into the car. The girl then told him there was money in her backpack, which she says he took, and then just drove off. Police later identified that driver's 31-year-old Jeremiah Mullins. Today, he pleaded guilty to second-degree motor vehicle theft, aggravated robbery, and attempted second-degree kidnapping. He's set to be sentenced on July 29th.
There are new developments in the investigation of a fired Jeffco Schools administrator who died by suicide late last year. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says David Weiss, the former chief of schools, had no direct contact with minors, either in person or online, despite evidence that he bought child pornography using Bitcoin. A financial broker first alerted authorities about his purchase in late 2024. Weiss died by suicide in Maryland the same day a search warrant was executed at his home in Colorado. Investigators spent months analyzing his devices and confirmed illegal purchases. However, today they announced they found no indication of direct involvement with minors.
Officials in Fort Collins are trying to crack down on speeding drivers. The city is installing some new mobile radar speed cameras this month. They'll move around Fort Collins within designated speed corridors. 2 of the cameras are already in place. You'll find one on East Prospect and then the other on South College Avenue. They're part of a new enforcement push by Fort Collins police aimed at slowing down drivers in problem areas. Starting now through June 30th, warnings will be issued for drivers going 11 to 24 miles per hour over the speed limit. But come July 1st, those warnings turn into $40 tickets.
Immigration raids protesting
by law enforcement right on the.
Yeah, that was from a few days ago too in LA. All right, y'all. Lady Che's back with us. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the No Kings protest that took place across Colorado today?
I think it's bullshit. I think any protest that happens on Juneteenth weekend is bullshit.
Right.
It's a fucking setup.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I concur, Lady Che.
I think it should have been. I think it should have been handled and wrapped up a couple of days back. So then why we gotta have protests on our fucking weekend? Nobody was protesting during
Cinco de Mayo. Yeah.
No ice or nothing. Nobody was out there.
Yeah.
Handled, but they gotta do it on our weekend.
Yeah.
That's what I think is bullshit.
Okay, Lady Che.
And it's so close to our shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's so fucking close to our shit. Where our shit's supposed to be going down. It's already bad enough to probably be a sea assault. But it's another thing, they saw fucking protesting right there, like literally blocks away.
Yep.
I think it's bullshit, and I think it's a sick.
Yep, I concur, Lady Che.
I think anybody that's FBA Black should be away and stay away from all that shit. Where it just takes one motherfucker to call any of us a nigger. And it's on and cracking. One, it just takes one.
Twin said, Lady Che, fire emojis and a love emoji.
It just takes one motherfucker to call us a nigger.
Kelly Shelton, y'all said, Lady Che, I hope you're feeling better.
I took a shot. So it just takes one. And that's why we shouldn't go down to the motherfucking protest. Like, see, this is anti-black racism.
That's true, crew.
At its highest form, right? And they crying because they need us. They want us. Some need us, and then they first like racism. You know what I mean? Then they crying because they need us. Then they're shaming us because we don't want to be involved. Like, I had 2 articles to read.
Yeah.
Two articles to read about this shit and how we should be involved. And I'm like, the fuck we should.
Right.
There's nothing for us to be involved in.
Exactly.
This is what they voted for. They They wanted it. They wanted immigration, closed borders, woo, 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 all this shit, right? You don't get to dictate how it's done.
Right.
You don't get to dictate because there are levels to immigration.
Yep.
There are levels. Some shit is just wrong, but you don't get to dictate it on how it gets done. Okay, you don't get to dictate how it gets done and who gets sent and who doesn't. Nobody does. You didn't put that in the specifications. It's all written down. He said what he said.
You got cash too?
He said what he said. He's doing what he's doing. You want to blame anybody, you need to blame that one white bastard in there.
Yeah, the dumpster.
No, not him, the other one. The other couple of Balders, whatever the fuck his name is. That's the one that said he upped it to like 30,000 people. And he didn't care. He was like, hit up all the fucking spots. That dude, that's the one you should be mad at.
Yeah. Oh, Tom Holman.
No, not him. The other one. The other one.
Not Christy, no.
No, the other one. It's a man, cuz.
The economy. Yeah, cats are the shit.
So, aside from that,
and they're divine creatures.
And I think that I think like tomorrow, is our festival, and it's already bad enough that we're down to 1 day.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
It's already bad enough that they couldn't find funny, but they could find funny for everything else.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's really bad. You know what I mean? Really bad.
Yeah, he did offer him a one-way ticket about this month, $5,000 to get the hell out, and a free flight, and they didn't want to take it, so they can hold their own nuts, their own chalupa, their own taco, and their own burrito.
I don't give a fuck what they do. I just think that it's fucked up. And then them having the No Kings Day, that right there is another fucking protest during our weekend that didn't need to fucking happen. That could have waited. And the other thing is Trump having a personal fucking army celebration for his birthday. He didn't serve in the fucking military.
Yeah, that's some bullshit too.
He didn't serve in the military at all.
No, he was a draft dodger.
He don't get to fucking have a military parade.
Mm-mm.
He's nobody. He's just a fucking president.
Yeah.
And like a fucking. He's not even that great right now. Like his fucking numbers are all fucking low. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's all they have to do, Twin. Twin said he would have took that money and scrammed.
And then the fear mongering. They're gonna come for you next.
Yeah, they've been coming at us. Next.
What's new?
When weren't we on the hit list? If the feds say,
you know what I mean? Like,
get out the game, here is some money, and we won't prosecute, and you don't have to snitch, get the fuck out of here immediately. Right. Get the fuck out of there immediately, right.
Like, so, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna come for you next. Okay, well, they've been doing
that was a great offer, Kelly.
They was doing that. They're not doing it. They do it every time it feels convenient for them. We can't really do shit about
that's
it.
like
Nobody stands with us when it happens.
That's like 15K in pesos. I think it's more than that. Pesos ain't worth a damn thing.
The wild in California, so what? And now, and like, look, all they're doing is making it harder for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Lady Chain. So, in the midst of all this, a senator was rounded up out there in California. He got tackled by Secret Service. And Maxine Waters is back to caping for other groups. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
Democrats do.
Mm-hmm.
To plaster all over the airport for Homeland Security. I'm like, Lord, lady, you were a lot of
good points right now.
No,
this really is a fail on all kind of epic levels on the Republican side
and the
Democratic side. They're not gaining no fucking points with the people. You know, if they thought the people were like, oh, we scared with the people. If you thought that was going to gain you any points, you're a sucker. None of them people respect Maxine Waters or any of them.
Yeah, so the Democrats is crying foul again. Oh, they roughed up Alex Padilla.
They did rough him up. And he did identify himself. That's what he got manhandled in the thing talking to them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he came to a press conference and he was trying to speak at the press conference and they escorted him out.
Yeah, they said he did identify himself. They
Yeah.
didn't want to hear it.
So the Democrats
that's what we're doing to our colleagues.
Yeah. This is,
right?
this is gangsterism.
No, see?
All right, so Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on Senator Alex Padilla out of California, tackled by Secret Service for his people. He wasn't doing this for FBA black women. He was doing this for Latinos, his people. And Representative Maxine Waters defends other groups. She just needs to sit it down.
Makeup, she wears a lot of makeup. The makeup bill is high, so I don't know what you're covering up. Listen, this is what we just, now we're gonna move to the side a little bit. A lot of men always say, if you got to wear all that stuff on your face, what's going on with your skin?
Right.
Just taking care of your skin. The real flex is no makeup,
right,
or extremely minimal makeup. That's the flex. But hey, so some women can pull that off, and a lot of them can't. All right, so that's her situation, right? It may not be a lot of the sister situation. And I want you to see something, because what I saw today, I say, you know what? That's why you see the title. This is why you see the title. Let's go ahead and look at what Senator Padilla was trying to do today, and let's go ahead and get into a conversation, because people say in Los Angeles, hey, the Mexicans and took over LA and look how they treat us and this, that. We're about to have a conversation probably not gonna like today, but let's start off with Senator Alex Padilla first. Let's go ahead and cue this clip up.
We are staying here to liberate the city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles. I also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been.
I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. So you guys have some questions. I'm going to read a brief statement. I will not be taking questions, but allow me to read my statement. I'm here in Los Angeles today, and I was here in the federal building, in the conference room, awaiting a scheduled briefing from federal officials as part of my responsibility as a senator to provide oversight and accountability.
Me and her house too much.
While I was waiting for the briefing with General Guillot,
right,
I learned that Secretary Noem was having a press conference a couple of doors down the hall. Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information.
Yeah, I gotta keep that.
And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully, At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground.
I put a violin in the chair.
And I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
The state. She has a.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's talk about that. I want you to see all of that. How he stormed in there in this press conference. He was tackled up, and then he talked about why he did it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it really is.
We have the Congressional Black Caucus, right?
With foreign agents in
the Congressional Black Caucus is, they say, is a very large caucus, or probably one of the largest caucus on the Capitol Hill. And how many videos have you ever seen the Congressional Black Caucus going into a meeting, going into a press conference, and being tackled for speaking up for issues with FBAs? How many?
Never.
That's our biggest gripe with black politicians. They don't speak up for us. They don't speak up for our plight or whatever. Alex Padilla here is risking his life to go fight for his people. Am I upset by him doing that? Not at all. That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to represent his community, and he's doing that. Now, in the beginning, when I said I'm going to say some things that don't make you comfortable today, because we got to talk about a reality. Black people all over the country, and definitely in California in particular, we got multiple problems. One, of course, the Democrat Party. Major problem for black people, major stumbling block for black people, the Democrat Party. Number two, let's talk about in the area of California. People like Alex Padilla, the cops on the LAPD who are Hispanic, they all look out for their own. But when we get black people in the California Assembly, they're trying to undermine reparations, right?
Yep.
So people like Alex Padilla fight for his people to try to break federal law.
Yep.
But the state assembly people who are black don't even want to do a bill to create the office to determine who would be eligible for reparations. You understand?
Yep.
This is what we get.
Yep.
And you wonder why we, as a collective of people, always, we get some progress and we stumble. We get some progress and we stumble because we have black politicians who don't advocate for us at all.
At all.
These are the groups. They're politicians. When it was the Asians were during the pandemic, I was seeing all the Asian politicians coming out, fighting and saying, "Hey, stop Asian hate, this, up until they got the knows the problem very well. All of us do. But when it comes to implementing the solution to our problem, we have a hard time doing it. Now, you have a certain segment of our community that want to implement the solutions every single day. They not only talk, they want to implement. And you have an even larger section in our community that do not want, they want to talk about the solutions. That's all they want to do is talk about it. They don't want to implement it, right? They want to vent. They want to talk. They say, okay, well, let's see how we're going to fix these issues. And they don't want to take it past that. They just want to talk about the problem. There are people that like to listen to me because I'm talking about it all the time, right?
Yeah.
1,000 solutions, how to fix it.
Right.
So when you look at other groups, when you got your politicians working for you, the Democrat Party working for you, and if you just have minimal unity, you ain't got to have everybody unified, just minimal unity.
Yeah.
You're going to pass up people, especially us. We do too much infighting, which is stupid at this.
Yeah.
And we have a hard time on a clean house. If the great delineation is great, but when you're going to clean house,
because I went in both
on the
up and it's clearly
black politicians.
Yep. Same here, Kelly Ray.
The black politicians is supposed to be crashing out for an anti-black hate crime bill.
I've been on.
They're supposed to be crashing out for reparations and anything that the black community needs.
On his show before.
How can we get reparations? How can we get an anti-black hate crime bill if everybody now on the same page? Then it's so bad, and we talk about this. Black immigrants who become politicians, they do for their particular group. Like you talk about people like what was that? Frederica Wilson and the different ones, Yvette Clarke and all different ones like that, right? Who have immigrant backgrounds. They're due for their particular ethnic group, but we have way more FBA politicians than black immigrant politicians. I want you to know that. And yet our FBA politicians, like Brandon Johnson, he's FBA, they don't do nothing for black people, but they're willing to do for everybody else. Give you an example. Let's watch Representative Maxine Waters and how what is she doing in LA? This is what she do. Let's go ahead and cue her up real quick.
I don't know why you're in my city. You did the governor was not contacted. This is Trump and his outrageous attempt to not only target our sanctuary city, but to frighten us and intimidate us. This is wrong, and I hope that none of you will use those guns to shoot anybody. There's no reason to shoot anybody. Don't allow them to make your service and killing people. Don't do it. Defy them. Don't shoot those guns for anything. Thank you.
All right. So as you saw, Maxine Waters, she's not fighting for black people in LA. She's not addressing the anti-black racism that black people experience in Los Angeles.
No.
She's not discussing it at all. She's not coming out and saying, hey, why y'all want black people out there? It's only 329,000 of them in that city. Well, why? No, we need to be advocating for, we need to address the anti-blackness, you say, in the Hispanic community in LA. We need to address that. Why y'all feel that way about black people? And if you got these attitudes from your homeland, maybe you shouldn't come up here. That's how I feel about it. I don't believe anybody have attitudes toward if you have colorism in your community or a caste system in your community, I don't want you here. I just really don't, because you're going to bring that with you. And black people are going to be the ones that you're going to target. You're not going to target nobody else. You're going to target black people. Now, Maxine Waters is out here advocating for other groups. Alex Padilla is not advocating for other groups. He's advocating for his own. How do we advance like that? When you have Maxine Waters, who's been probably been in Congress longer than I've been alive. Probably. I need to see. But probably even half my age she's been in Congress. And you wonder why we can't get nothing done. You know why reparations are difficult? to get, not just because the white supremacists is have an issue with it, not because these other buffer classes got an issue with reparations. No. Our own black politicians got issues with reparations. That's really our biggest issue. Is them for it. And how can the black immigrant politicians advocate for something when the FBA politicians don't? Let's keep it 100. Yes, we didn't like what Westmore did. Of course not. We didn't like that. But what example did he really have, or what pressure did he really have on him to do reparations?
I think he's one of those first or second generation.
When you got Clyburn standing next to him, Clyburn don't support no reparations. We have covered that. Clyburn has said, hell no, you're not going to get it. And he's one of the high-ranking Democrats in Congress that's black. And when he was approached and he said, hell no, you're not going to get it. How could the black immigrant politicians advocate for anything except for advocating for themselves or for their ethnic group? We really got to start talking about the real issues in our community. We can't just be pissed off all the time at different people and say, hey, we need some self-reflection and inventory in this community. It's easy.
Hey, Kahari, did they shoot any of the protesters in Florida today? Did they have any protests in Florida? Because they were having these no king protests all over the country. And I know they said if they did it in Florida, they was going to shoot them on site with lethal rounds.
Easy for us to go at other groups. And yes, we can do multiple things at one time. I'm firm believer of multitask.
Yeah, Uncle Phil is hilarious.
But the biggest problem we have is sabotage from within.
Mm-hmm.
That sabotage from within by the black politician, the black Democrat politician in particular.
Yeah, that's sheriff.
They were with Joe Biden. They support illegal immigration. They support that.
He said, we're gonna
you don't have no black united front in the political sphere saying, hey, I'm not voting on no bills at all if y'all gonna put in here about some illegal immigration. Man, black people are unemployed. Black people are homeless. They never say that. They don't care. So why should other politicians should care about us when our own representation, our own, don't ever advocate and care about us either.
Graveyard dead. Mm-hmm.
And in the 1960s, they didn't have this kind of representation. You say, well, in the 1960s, no. They didn't have this amount of representation back then. Everything was mostly grassroots.
Are you still on the protests? The coverage?
You got a little freedom, you got some positions, and you turned against us. We was in slavery for way too long. You know why we was in slavery for way too long? Not because brothers and sisters wanted to be slaves, because you had black folks participating and making sure to undermine freedom.
Me and Lady Taylor was eating French toast for like a whole damn week.
And I noticed this is not just an issue in America. This is an issue with black folks globally. I've seen it. This same issue in the Caribbean. It's the same issue in the continent of Africa.
Before joining,
it's the same issues. Black folks got a problem globally of sabotaging ourselves.
Not playing,
and for what? But then other groups are come to the Caribbean. Other groups are come to the African continent. A small group of them, they'll unify up, and then they'll get past you real quick.
In the building. Salute.
But while we fighting on stupidity, they'll come to America with the assistance of the folks here, and they'll pass us up real quick.
He's in the chat.
And I'm personally sick and tired of watching it happen.
Because
I'm like, okay, good, we're doing good. And then Maxine Waters messed something up.
Did they have any protests in West Virginia?
Clyburn messed something up. Ayanna Presley said something stupid, messed something up. Then it don't establish a code enough Then you got Ilhan Omar saying all kind of things.
Lord,
She don't even say nothing about Black Americans at all. She only care about Somalis.
Out here too.
She can do that because there's no pressure on her from the FBA politicians. There's no pressure on her to advocate for Black people. That's why we got the problem. We will always be left behind. We always gonna have a small group that's trying to carry the community, and that's what we have now. We have a very small group trying to hold the whole community up. And then those people who's trying to hold the community up, they say, hey man, work with me, man. Dude, you ain't got to do everything. We'll do it. Just work with us. Just support us. But then it's not only that Black politician, that Black preacher, he's part of it too, or she's part of it too. I told y'all our greatest stumbling block is actually, in my opinion, outside of white supremacy, is the Black politician, the Maxine Waters of the world, and the Black preacher, Jamal Bryant and whoever else. Because those two entities work together to keep us on a plantation.
That's it, Uncle Phil.
That's our biggest issue. Check this out. Those people can't stand the grassroots.
Nope.
Those people can't stand you delineated.
Nope.
Those people don't like that you're saying, hey, we're not getting involved with that ICE stuff. That has nothing to do with us. We're not immigrants.
Right.
We're not sitting up here advocating for something to happen to somebody, but hey man, we got enough issues in our own community. We gonna worry about ourselves for a change. No, Maxine Waters and all of them would be at the border crying, talking about kids are in cages.
Yeah.
But they're not crying for Black children who are being handcuffed at schools, little children being handcuffed at schools by white police.
Yeah.
They're not crying about those Black kids being thrown in cages in the United States in juvenile on some BS charges. They're not crying for Black children being literally kidnapped by the state. They're not crying for them taking Black children away from their parents for literally nothing.
Yeah, it's basically a son.
They don't cry for that.
Yeah. I feel the same about my statements.
Why? Listen, when it comes to our overall respect,
but it's really
let's call it what it is. Why would somebody collectively want to respect us as a community when they see our so-called educated fraternity, sorority type lawyers, all these so-called smart people, and they see them advocating for them? Why would people even think that we should be looked at as a group that should be respected when our own politicians are serving other communities? They're serving the Asians, they're serving the Hispanics, they're serving the East Indians, they're serving the white folks, they're serving everybody. So when we in the grassroots say, hey, no, we need something. That's why it shocks them. All this delineation and say we're not gonna do it, it shocks them.
Yeah, it does.
Because it's like, wait a minute,
it shocks them.
We so used to y'all just serving us. Like, what is this? What's going on?
Right.
And until
entire
Black people
like Oregon and Washington,
the grassroots people say enough is enough with the Clyburns.
Don't forget Nevada.
Enough is enough with anybody that's going to advocate against us. And we're and we say, you know what? I'm making sure I'm registered to vote and say, because you're gone in 2026. You're gone. Now, Maxine Waters situation, she's not going to advocate for us. I know that. Because me looking at the numbers of Los Angeles, no, she's going to serve the Hispanic community. She's not going to serve Black people. It's not enough of them for her to serve.
Like Karen Bass.
It's so many of them that they really can't, Black people can't really do much or nothing. They're politically irrelevant in Los Angeles. I was being honest.
Yeah.
In local politics, LA County, they were irrelevant. I'm just being honest, they're irrelevant. And these Black politicians, instead of saying, you know what, okay, I'm gonna do for both communities. I'm gonna look out for both. No, they're gonna just look out for the ones that maybe can get them their pot. And I didn't never. I used to always think it was strange how Black people would be kind of like, low key bigging up
to the
the Hispanic community a lot in LA. And say, why they do that? It was kind of strange. I mean, you can be cool with people. Don't get me wrong. You can be cool with people, and I'm cool with anybody. I'm cool with everybody. I actually am. I have no ill will toward no group of people. I meet people of all communities sometimes, and you can watch the show, and I'm just as nice to them as I'm nice to black people. I was raised to treat people the way I want to be treated. But I just thought it was strange that the way black people, you know, them songs, now they playing with Nipsey said and playing what Tupac said and all this. I say, what's all this praise for? I said, but you can't find, people saying, where's the songs? Where's the reggaeton songs praising black people? They say, where's the merengue, bachata, salsa? Where's cumbia? Where's all them songs praising black people?
Oh, you're watching on the RBA. That's
calling us we're their brothers and sisters. Everybody asking where them songs at, but you got Negro rappers praising them. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I heard.
Why would they respect black people? We don't. Like I said, I say some of y'all not gonna like this today. What I'm talking about. But if we don't diagnose our problem and say, let's fix this thing, we will keep on doing the same freaking thing and not getting anywhere.
The cost of living is a lot cheaper than DC,
and it gets old. On my end, it gets old because I'm literally seeing what the issue is. We're talking about the issue, and all we got to do is go fix it. It's not hard. It's not. Is it going to kill you to go register to vote?
Oh, yes.
Is it going to? No, it's not. You ain't got to go work 80 hours to do that. Is it going to kill you to say, you know what?
Yeah, this is,
if that woman or man run again that sold us out,
yeah,
the other guy that's there, we're gonna listen to what he say, and if he or she not doing enough for black people, well, shoot, man. Either we can do a protest vote or we can sit it out. But we ain't not a single one of us voting for that woman or man because we want to send a message nationwide that if you don't do for our community, you're gone. You're gone.
Like a 98% white county.
Because I don't care how much money
majority of the people
the Democrat donors give a politician.
Per capita.
The Democrat donors cannot get black people to vote.
That per capita nonsense.
We can do that on our own.
That when it applies to them.
So you got the midterms coming up next year. What are y'all gonna do? A lot of them politicians are up. Every 2 years, these black politicians come up to get elected again.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them even run unopposed. You got to have billions of dollars to go to win anything locally.
Yeah,
I say, you need all this money, man. If everybody, if the community supports you,
the Midwest,
and if you're in a black area and say, look, we're not supporting him no more. We're supporting her. We're supporting this because we know this person is going to do what's right. And if they don't do what's right, then you say, okay, you're out of here.
What part of Detroit was you on?
But I'm tired of sitting up here watching black politicians screw us over. Because what happened in California last year was sick. Now, let me get to something else I just saw. Let me cue this up. Hold on.
Gain that momentum, bro.
Your girl here. Hold on. Let me get your girl on the screen.
Like MC Hammer.
Look, your girl Kamala. United States Senator Alex Padilla was representing millions of Californians who are demanding answers to this administration's actions in Southern California. This is shameful.
I'm glad to see
and a stunning abuse of power.
People in the chat.
Oh God, this woman. If the Biden-Harris administration wouldn't let all these people in, then this man wouldn't be out there right now, right?
That part, Uncle Phil.
This lady is still on this stuff, okay? And maybe she will try to run again in 2028 because the Democrats really don't have anybody. I don't see nobody the Democrats have that can galvanize anybody right now. I think they stuck with Kamala, actually.
Oh, my God. Okay, you got 15 years in Midwest life allowed good. Miles off.
So Kamala's back out talking.
Always
she's back out talking. And somebody has shared a video of her went to the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I got to get that video. And she literally warned them everything that was going to happen. And it happened verbatim. And I'm like, but that's neither here nor there. We already know the situation with her. A lot of them wasn't going to vote for her because they view her as black. We can have all that conversation about her, background all we want. but how they viewed her, she's black.
Chicago all the way to Detroit.
And they always gonna choose the white man over a woman they perceive to be black. Okay. Now, something else I want to get to. If we fast forward, you know how we talked about us being shamed. Oh, they're shaming us, trying to shame us to come out. Shame us, right? And we asked the question, a lot of black people asked the question, why aren't you asking the Asian community in particular? Why aren't you asking them to come out? A lot of them are immigrants. And you're not asking them to come out? You always coming to as they like to say, the blacks? You always coming to the blacks? Well, this Asian dude decided to answer why they aren't coming out. I want y'all to listen to this gentleman here. Let me go ahead and get this guy on the screen. Y'all listen to this.
I'll say this, right? I'm a nobody, but it's like I've been seeing so many people asking Asian creators to speak up about the whole riots in LA and all these deportation things. This is something that a lot of people don't understand. Asian people, we support the country. We support the betterment of the country. We support that. So what is there to say? What is there to say? We support the deportations of illegals. It is honestly tiring, because here's the thing. We want the country to be better. We want the country to be better. We want the country to, if you did it legally, if you stand in line, if you paid the price, right? You paid the money and all that, you did all the process, the paperwork, all the stuff, which usually most Asian people do.
They fine with the deportation.
Why would we care about someone jumping in line, crossing the border, and all this stuff? Why should we, be happy about that? We're not really. This is the thing where we're not really dependent. Asian people aren't really dependent on, migrant labor.
Yeah, right? Just hire your own.
Not like other people. We're not really dependent on migrant labor.
No, y'all hire your own.
So we're not gonna cry that the U.S. is pretty much backing what they promised.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. promised, or this presidency promised, that they would deport illegal immigrants. They're doing that.
Yeah.
Why are you crying? Why are you crying about it? This is the thing where, you see it like these immigrants are waving the flags of other countries, burning down the flag of the U.S., and then you think Asian people want to support that? No, they want to stay away from that.
Yeah,
they don't want to be grouped in with these people.
On black money.
That's the thing. Asian people want to, focus on themselves and their community and their country. They don't want to be grouped in with these people. So really, stop asking Asian influencers to speak up about it, because you won't like what they say. You won't like what they say.
Yeah.
So really, it's better off that they do the content instead of say things you don't like. Because here's the thing: Asian people don't want to focus on the negativity and say what they're really thinking. Deport, right? Deport illegal immigrants. They are fine with it.
Mm-hmm. I see it.
Well, that was a gentleman from the Asian community, ladies and gentlemen. So those of you who are calling for their support, well, when has the Asian community really ever came out for anybody but themselves? The only time I seen the Asian community out, I remember twice I can think of in my life. One, when they were doing those protests for Peter Lee. I remember that. They even did that here in Houston. Okay, I say, well, these Asian people out. I never seen that many Asians out in my life. And then the second one was the Stop Asian Hate thing. That's the only two times I really seen Asians out like that. And each time it was for Asians. It wasn't for nobody else. Other than that, Asians stick to themselves. They don't get involved in America's political junk. They really don't, as a collective. They are about their bag, whether it's legal or illegal, because they do a lot of illegal things too in this country. Yes, I saw y'all talk about illegal immigrants in their community. Oh yeah, they got a lot of illegals in their community. But here's the difference. The Asian illegal is more shielded and protected because the Asian illegal stick within their own businesses and they don't have to go outside and go work for white people. You understand? See, I know just from in Houston, going into the Bel Air area where all of the Chinatown area is at, and they got their own grocery stores, their own banks, they got doctors, lawyers. They got everything they need really right there. That they really don't have to leave their community. And no matter if they have a job outside of their community, the business, they hire their own, right? Yeah, so that's what I just when they hire their own, they deal with their own people. They ain't got to go to white people for a job. A lot of them. So we're talking about definitely the ones who are illegal here, who are Asian. The probability of you getting caught gets real low. When you go work for white folk gonna find out if you're illegal or not. Now they may still hire you, and then what a lot of white folks do, they'll work them. Then when it's time to pay them, they call ICE on them. That's what white people do. Yeah. Right? They've been doing that on them now, which is completely wrong. Man, speaking about that, I seen a video last night. My wife shared it with me about this Hispanic dude. He was picking garlic. And
Dairy Queen.
Man, let me see if I can share that with. Let me see if I can put that on.
Indian.
Did I save that video? Man, give me a second. Give me a second if I save that video and see if I can show y'all real quick. Like this dude, what he was getting paid. Did I save that video? Oh, I didn't save that. Then hold on. Let me see if I can go to my
West Indian.
Hold on, my text messages. I gotta show y'all this video. It ain't
operated.
Where's this video? Hold on, I know she sent it to me.
At least I seen a black.
Not the dude got deported. Hold on, not that video.
We should.
Is this it? No, not that video. I gotta find it. Hold on, she sent it to me last night. Is it this one?
Catering the other.
There you go. There you go. All right, I want y'all to see this dude right here. Ain't no way black folk gonna be doing this. Hold on. I want y'all to see this before we wrap this up. Just give me a second. I'm sending it to myself so I can download it. And I'm gonna get this on the screen. It just popped in my head, so I want y'all to see this junk. Oh man, I hope y'all all right. Just bear with me. This is something that popped in my head. I wanted y'all to see. It's downloading right now. You said we had voted blue. It'll be against our own interest. Yeah, yeah. It would have been.
Yep.
It'd have been double the amount of people in here. All right, cool. Now let me get this thing up on the screen here so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about here. Just bear with me. It's coming up here shortly. I want to explain to you what you're about to see.
Amigo carga 4 botes en una vuelta. Para lograr hacer más de 100 botes al día, cada bote lleno lo pagan a $2.50.
This dude right here, well, I guess that way. He is, let me explain it to you what he's doing. So he's picking garlic and he's getting paid $2.50 each bucket, right? And he's trying to do 100 a day is what he's doing to get paid. I think they say 250, I think, for that day. But I want you to watch what they got them people doing in the field, man. When I started, I said, bro, this is slave labor. Well, check this out.
97 botes. Ya 4 botecitos. ¿O no, primo? ¿Qué tal está? ¿Qué hubo? ¿Ya cuántos botecitos? 20 por ahí. Ya 90 botecitos. ¿Cuántos van a hacer hoy?
No, we wasn't.
Now we know them folks ain't about to get out there and do that. That's for sure. We know they not gonna do it.
Van a hacer a la 1 de la tarde. Falta una hora más. Otros 10 botes más.
Bumpers.
Más de 100. Unos 105 por ahí.
That's some hard work, boy.
La rapidez.
Yeah, Yep.
¿Cuántos años necesita para tener esa práctica que tienes tú, primo? Una temporada completa.
Now the issue is they're paying him $2.50 per bucket. That 5-gallon bucket. But yeah, when we go to the store, how much we paying for four things of garlic? That's garlic he's picking. $2.50 a bucket. That's full. But then you charging us astronomical amount of money at the grocery store.
Yeah.
These people making so much money. And they know they can't get no Americans to go do that for $2.50. I was like, look, watching this man do this job, and I worked in the heat, so I know how that feels. Not doing what he's doing, but I worked in the heat. I said, man, that dude should be getting paid. It's like $20 or something a bucket. What they charging the stars?
A block away.
There ain't no way, cuz.
Tú eres uno de los más rápidos de esta cuadra, primo. Ahí andan dos, ¿verdad? Mira, ahí están los $2 con 50 centavos. Y vamos por otro. ¿Estás hablando de 2 turcos aquí, primo? Para no batallar, ¿verdad?
He wants to get 100 buckets done a day.
Want to get 100 buckets
That's what he wants to get done. Like, see, nah, bro. I can tell white people that right now. Yeah, and Negroes ain't doing that one.
Hell,
nah, nope. And what they'll do is that man will do all that, and they'll call ICE on him. Like, now, see, and when I saw that, I said, man, that's some slave labor, man. That's slave labor. What is it about these white people, man? They just love slavery. They love slavery. Of course, we couldn't do it no more. Now they doing it.
$2.50 a bucket.
You know. Hey. I'm shaking my head at it, right? Just shaking my head. Like, it's crazy. You leave your homeland to come do some slave labor. I'm like, man, I would want to fix my homeland. I wouldn't want to be doing all that. I'm sorry. I just wouldn't want to do it, man.
Yeah.
And they got the women out there doing it too. The women.
We will do that job.
I'm like, bro, you got the men and the women out here. Look, I mean, when I watched a lot of them videos last night, I said, bro, this is like some plantation stuff, bro. Like, ain't no white people working out there. None. It's all immigrants out there working. I'm like, Jesus.
Hard.
Now, Louisiana, they want black people to go do that same work for $11 an hour. That's what they want black people to do in Louisiana heat. 100-degree heat. They want black people to go out there. Black people like, nah, hell nah. We ain't gonna do that.
Right.
Some black people say, I'll do it, but you gotta pay me. And they don't want to pay you. They don't want to pay. So I just want y'all to see that. Yeah. That's the thing, Veronica. Yeah, you're right. They literally got them in slave labor conditions. I'm sorry, that's slave labor. What that man was doing, how fast that man was working, and think about it, all that work for $2.50, he had to fill that whole bucket up for $2.50. That's almost equivalent to prison labor. Prison labor is a lot less, but bro, like, I wouldn't want to leave my homeland to come do that. I'm sorry, I wouldn't want to do that.
Right.
Oh, immigrants do the stuff that y'all don't want to do. I wouldn't want to get paid $2.50 a bucket. No.
You want to come on now, crew?
No, that's just not even right. I'm sorry, that's not even right.
Just say the word.
Yeah, you say at least $20 to $30 to consider an hour. Yeah. And me personally, I think that dude should get paid that. Because I'm watching that video of that dude. I say, bro, look at all that work that dude. And he's on his knees. If any of y'all done work on your knees, it don't matter what kind of knee pads you get, you gonna hurt. It don't even matter. You gonna be hurting. And there's no shade out there where they at. So I'm like, man.
Okay. You want me to email it to you?
Yeah, that's the hard work. That's that hard work that we won't do. I'm with them on that. I won't do it. I won't do it. I worked outside for 22 years. You're right. I'm not trying to work outside.
Mm-hmm.
I like to look outside and say, oh, it's hot, and close the door. I like to look outside and say, oh, it's raining today, and close the door. Yeah, I did my time outside. I ain't trying to do it. That's why I know how it feels to work outside. But what he's doing, nah, bro. You say, but they call us lazy. Hey, man, I'll be lazy all day long not to do what that man's doing in that video. I'll be lazy, bro. Call me lazy. I'm cool because that man by the time if he keep that up, he gonna have bad knees. He gonna have a bad back. That man gonna have a health problem. By the time he get 40, he ain't gonna be do that work no more, and he still will be trying to be out there doing that work. That's
check your email.
You know, but that's what they want. You know, that's what the folks want. You know, and that's why these people, you're fighting to stay here to do that job. That's what you're fighting to stay doing? That's not nothing to fight to stay for, bro. Come on. I know your people in your homeland wouldn't do you that bad, right? I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe I've heard they treat their people pretty bad. So, but yeah. I'll be lazy all day not to do that. Yes, count me in with the lazy crowd. I will be certified lazy. I'm lazy all day with that. Yes, I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to sit in my house and enjoy my AC. Why would I want to get out there? I mean, if I can just talk and earn a living, yeah, I'm going to talk and earn a living. I'm not going to get out there on my knees and do that. None of y'all in the chat going to do it either. I already know. See, Jasmine Crockett, she's like, y'all not going to go out there and do that? Jasmine, no, not for $2.50 a bucket. No.
Right. No.
This man got to do 100 of them a day just to get $250.
Hell nah.
I'm cool. I'm so cool. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, check out them videos on TikTok of them, like when they picking them strawberries and fruits, and look at them conditions they really in. Like, yeah, you can call me lazy all you want, bro. That's not a badge of honor for me. Right. No, I believe in working smart, not hard. Right. I'm against hard work. I'm for smart work.
Right.
Because one thing about hard work, it leaves you with a bad back.
Yep.
Messed up knees, messed up ankles, arthritis.
Yeah.
Your body broken down, you die early. I rather work smart. Elder told me that when I was 19 years old. He saw me lifting something one time and said, young man, listen to me. He said, work smart, not hard. You get my age, you're going to feel that stuff you're doing. You keep that up. And when our elders talk, I listen to them.
Yeah.
I said, okay. And I was 19. I wasn't like some of the YNs today. You try to tell them something and, you know, why you telling me for OG? You know, like, okay, bro, do you. Do whatever you gonna do, bro. Yeah, I'm cool. I just want to look out for you, young blood. That's it, you know. But anyway, y'all, thank y'all for checking us out. Make sure you take advantage of the emancipation sale. Head on to AfroWire AI, and LaSherica has a story for today at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Should be coming up shortly. And thank y'all for listening. Tomorrow we'll be on the app.
Department of Homeland Security exposed for lying to justify drag.
I started seeing those notifications. I was like, what? AfroWire AI? The hell is this? Now I know.
Department of Homeland.
So I'm gonna check that out. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Lady Che, on Senator Padilla being tackled by Secret Service for yeah?
I don't know what to say. They shouldn't tackle them. Went over there to talk to them, and they did that. That's all it's showing is that that's how they're doing their that's how they do the calling. So what makes you think
from the opposite side of the aisle?
Don't matter. What the fuck you think they're gonna do to us?
They've been doing this to us.
That's why you asked me,
because what is your thoughts?
I wouldn't ask me anything because you used to get an answer.
All right, continue, Lady Che.
That's it. I thought you were been moved on past that.
No. Maxine Waters caping for these other groups.
Typical DNC behavior.
All
They're
right.
not gaining any points. They're not gaining anything. All they're doing is making it worse for themselves for voting season.
All right, we're moving along. We got Latina calls out her own people for making them look bad, waving foreign flags and fleeing to America. But first, you know, I have to hear the violin for from the Democrats. Now, Senator Alex Padilla is saying that DHS is continuing to lie about the situation of him being tackled to the ground. Well, we're kind of pressure time, so I'm going to skip that. Move to Latina calls for Black and Brown alliance. Never existed. No such thing has ever existed. In response to ICE mass deportation raids in Los Angeles, or LA for short. That's Uncle Phil again.
From November 14th to 21st, we're inviting you to join us for a powerful
playing. They don't care. They doing whatever they mission is just to get people. But you had a woman who really seen this in Los Angeles. She is a Mexican woman, and she had a small message to us as FBAs. Let's go ahead and check that out.
I just want to say, watching these raids happen in LA right now,
Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Guard.
people voted for this, and I think right now the Black and the Brown community, we need to come together, and we need to remember that they are the ones who made it us versus them. They put us against each other, because if we're busy fighting each other, we don't put our eyes on them. We need to wake up. Everybody needs to wake up.
Well, ma'am, let's just have a conversation, because maybe you just don't, maybe you don't know. Maybe you just kind of been, maybe you in the house. I don't know, right? You seeing all of this, and you're like, wow, what has happened here? First of all, you're calling on a Black and Brown people to come together. I'm going to definitely get to that part, but let's get to the reality. President Trump, when he ran for office, he said he was going to stage the largest mass deportation event in U.S. history. He repeated it on the campaign trail constantly. He kept saying they have to go. They got to get out of here. He kept saying that over and over and over. People at his rallies had mass deportation signs and all of that. And ma'am, people within your community was at those rallies celebrating Donald Trump, right? You remember the Cubans were singing "I'm a vote for Donald Trump"? They were dancing and all that. Do you remember that? Now you may say, well, hey, that's them Cubans. I'm not Cuban, I'm Mexican. It don't matter. In the system of white supremacy in this country, all of you the same. They don't care about that. To them, all y'all speak Spanish, they don't care. Bottom line. What they're saying is you gotta go. Now, you could talk about Trump, you could even talk about the white supremacists. But ma'am, your community bear some responsibility. Now you may say, well, what is he talking about? Let's look at what I'm talking about. Check this out. I'm always going to show this when I make content like this, responding to, people calling all of a sudden, now you want to do Black and Brown. When Donald Trump was promising mass deportations, if you look at this screen here from the election, and we're going to go focus on the Latino community, 54% of the votes from the Latino community went to Donald Trump, and 44% went to Kamala Harris. Now, if anyone has betrayed you, ma'am, it would be your men, for sure. Your men who would suffer probably more deportations, because a lot of them are on the job sites. They voted for this. Now, some of you may say, well, the people who voted is the ones that got citizenships here. Don't matter. That's part of your community. Okay. Your community voted, the men of your community. So if anybody betrayed you, it's actually the men of your community that voted for that. Good. Okay. When Trump promised this. Now, I will say the women voted 58% for Kamala Harris. They wouldn't did mass deportations on you. And I don't support Democrats, but I have to be a realist. She wouldn't have did that. Right. And 39% of your women voted for Trump. That's extremely high. Yeah. Now, Donald Trump would not have been president. I promise you, he would not. If y'all would have mirrored the numbers, even if the numbers Black people voted, right? If Hispanic women would have voted 92% for Kamala Harris, and if Hispanic men would have voted 77% for Kamala Harris, this wouldn't be happening because Donald Trump would not have won the 2024 election. You could never count on white people. Come on now. You never can count on them. Right. If you're sitting up there counting on them, you about a fool and a half at this stage in the game, right? But here's the thing. So that's the personal responsibility that your community going to have to take. You can't, like I said, you can't point at other people right now. You got to look within your community first. Right. Now, let's get to this black and brown talk. Yeah. Now you talking about black and brown? Now here come the black and brown. Oh, they the one caused the division. We are not gonna sit here and put this all on white folk. No. Remember George Lopez? Yeah. What did he say? In a lot of things they say in comedy is also based in reality. 2 things you don't do: park in front of our house and bring home somebody black. George Lopez is Mexican. He said that. Did y'all come at George Lopez for saying that? Now, black folks had an issue with it, but did y'all as a community come at him and say, hey, man, stop lying on us and things like this, right? We know in Latin America, there is heavy racism, colorism. We know this. The lighter you are, the more you celebrate it. The darker you are, the worse you're treated, whether you are black or even the indigenous people there who are just as dark as I am. Y'all don't even, in y'all governments, y'all don't let the people who look like me run anything. Look at all the presidents that they have. Even in Mexico, they never dark. They all the lightest ones they can find.
Take a row.
You understand what I'm saying? It's not just there. It's all of Latin America. I think Colombia is the only place that has a black vice president. That's the only one in Latin America. And I'm shocked she got in that position, right? So y'all gonna have to take personal responsibility with your own internal self-hatred. That's not our issue, our problem. We got our issues now. With black and brown, for years, FBAs and our activists speaking, and we didn't tell them to say this, they were saying black and brown, black and brown. Hey, black and browns will come together. Hey, we need to work together. Black and brown, black and brown, black and brown. And I'm not saying every individual was against it, but we talking about in the area of collectivism. I could honestly say collectively, a lot of black people collectively wanted to have a black and brown alliance.
Yeah.
But on the brown side, you did not want an alliance collectively. I'm not saying some individuals wasn't down with it, but we talking about on a collective basis. All your organizations like LULAC and all these big organizations, you didn't want it.
Nope.
You wanted to, no, y'all always talking about race. I don't want to hear nothing about no race. Every time with y'all's race, just work. I just want to work. I don't want nothing to do with anything with that race. I don't see this racism y'all talking about. I just go to work
Latino
and making us like we crazy. Like we just run off at the mouth about what we know about this country that we have been in, that we built. And now all that race talk now is at your front door, literally, and dragging you out the door. That's what all that race talk is now. So when you tell us that we're race baiting, all we do is talk about race, when you're calling us lazy, okay? And that's one of the most offensive things you could tell to an FBA, especially as an immigrant, that we're lazy. Do you know when let me explain to you when we became lazy?
When we started getting paid for our labor?
We became lazy after slavery. When we stopped working for them for free and say, hey, you gonna have to pay me something, bro. Oh, you just lazy. I'm lazy because I want money for my work. I'm lazy. So even if you fast forward today, black people are lazy. No, black people say you're gonna pay me. And because these people are so used to stealing labor from somebody, because they're the real ones who lazy is the folks actually. That's if y'all really want to, y'all should do a deep dive on that. They're the lazy ones because they're deporting the Latinos, but you don't see a bunch of them flooding these farms to go work them, right? Right now, they're talking about in Louisiana, they trying to come to black people to work those farm jobs that because the Latinos either leaving or getting deported, and they only pay them $11 an hour to go work in 100-degree heat. Black folks, listen, no, we did that for free 250 years. Ain't happening. You looking up the wrong one to do that work. I promise you that.
Right.
Man, going on those fields, working for y'all of all people, that's just like, that brings up ancestral trauma.
Yeah.
Going on the field, working for y'all. I don't know any kind of amount of money would have. But on time, black people probably be cool to work in the farm unless it's owned by a black person.
Yeah.
If it's a black farmer, I don't think we have an issue because there's no ancestral trauma there. But looking up and seeing the folks in the farm and just sitting there watching black folks work, like, oh no. We just no. You understand?
31 years.
So, ma'am, you want black and brown because you're in trouble.
31 years with the phone company.
And that's even more offensive because when there always been troubles, but when you wasn't in trouble, you didn't want to hear talk about no black and brown. And I'm not saying you, ma'am, in particular, but your community, some of them were siding with the anti-black racists against us. In LA in particular, how many people in your community has been police officers in LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, and have been part of white supremacist gangs in LA and in LA County? And they have targeted black folk. And I did not see your community, ma'am, in LA come out in droves to say, hey, that's not a representation of our community. This person needs to go to jail. This person needs to this it. Ma'am, no.
Regulators.
We go back to Nuri Martinez and what she was saying and all of them in the city council. The people who came out the most was the FBAs and the Oaxacans, which is the indigenous people. Because she was talking about the Oaxacans as well. The Oaxacans is in Mexico, right? They're very dark. And she was talking crap about them. Nuri Martinez, that light-skinned, almost white-looking type of Mexican. That take issues with the Oaxacans and FBAs and people like that, right? Well, where's what's that guy Kevin De Leon? Where he at right now? They was talking crap. About FBAs and the Oaxacans. Where he at?
Right.
Where's Nuri Martinez?
Right.
Where's she at? I know she got off the city council, but where's she at right now?
Right.
She not saying nothing? All that big talk they was doing about black folk on that tape, where they at to defend your community? See, ma'am, we're not going to be doing that no more. Listen, we're done. We tried to ally with your community. We tried to ally with the Asian community. And everybody say, no. Y'all always talking about race. Y'all lazy. Y'all this, y'all that. Everything is repeating stereotypes, coming from racist white folk. Just.
That's my.
And then when you see in the election and what happened in the 2024 election, even the most hardcore Democrat shills was said, hey, I'm done with this POC crap. I'm done with this BIPOC crap, because when every single time it's time to come out and actually have a coalition, these people screw us over every time. That was y'all last group of people that supported y'all was the Democrat shields, and you pissed them off because when they saw that result after the 2024 election, they were done with you. And I'm proud of the Democrat shields in the black community to say I'm done. And they even said, I'm not saying nothing unless it has to do with black folk at this point, because nobody care about us at all. And y'all gonna see what happens. And Trump ain't been in office not even 6 months. This man ain't been in office 6 months. You imagine how it's gonna be by the time the end of his term? It's gonna be sorrow. It's gonna be a lot of sorrow, not on us, because let's call it what it is. All them tactics they're using, they did that to us. That's nothing new for us. We say, oh, that's it.
That's all you get.
The jump out boys and dragging people, slamming people, doing things to kids, doing things to women, no mercy, not even act like they're human. Oh yeah, that happened to us. Especially during the crack era, that really happened. Look at what they did to us during every time we had an uprising, how they treated us. That's nothing new. Be honest with you, they still not as hardcore on you like they did to us. They not really doing you what they did us.
Not at all.
They still being a little held back a little bit. Cause they haven't really unleashed on y'all yet. I'm gonna say yet.
Yeah.
Because I'm watching your TikToks, and some of you are making these little kind of low-key threats about what y'all gonna do.
Yeah.
As an FBA, I'm telling you, they want you to do it.
Yeah.
Now that's me just giving you some advice. They ready for you to. They hope you do. Because at that point, the gloves gonna come off.
Yeah.
And y'all don't understand, Trump's in office. Trump is very good at media spin.
Yeah.
Biden wasn't good at that. Obama wasn't good at that, but Trump is. And the moment one of y'all, just one of y'all do something that he could use, he gonna spin it. He'll get his base going, and then it's gonna be all hell break loose on y'all.
Yeah.
And then the majority of people will be like, "Yep, I support it because look at what they doing. Look how violent they are."
Yeah,
that's what he waiting on. Y'all would run off at the mouth like y'all doing online. Okay. Don't say Brother Phil didn't warn you. And with FBAs, we just like. Yeah, we didn't seen this. This a remix to us. It's nothing.
Right.
This is nothing. But no, you can't call for black and brown now, ma'am. Sorry, you can't do that. You should have accepted black and brown a long time ago. Matter of fact, if you would have listened to black people and it been on a true black and brown, none of you would not be suffering right now. You chose to reject. You chose to reject unification with black people. You chose that. You chose as a collective to only worry about yourself.
Yep.
You were selfish. Right? Yeah. We told you in this nation, it's a lot of racism and it's going to visit your doorstep.
During a protest.
And have y'all noticed the moment that we step back and said, hey,
you must be a little bit.
We're not dealing with it no more. Y'all on your own in this country. Everybody starts suffering.
Yeah, I would definitely notice that.
And I'm gonna tell you this: God been waiting on us to step back, so people could really see what we were talking about.
Yeah, where were the water holes?
Even the folks are dealing with the problems. They dealing with it too.
Full of all
and the best thing we have ever done was delineate and step back and chill our nerves and just watch the show.
Yeah,
that's the best thing black folks ever did. We don't have the stress that these other people have. Believe it or not, we don't. People asking what black people at in our house. We watching. We watching. We came out for George Floyd. You came out not because some of you maybe came out because you thought it was horrific, and it was horrific. The whole world thought it was horrific. But let's think about it. During the pandemic, you was on lockdown.
Yep.
A lot of you had cabin fever, and you were angry. And so you came out, and a lot of you used George Floyd to vent your anger at the government.
Yep, that's it.
A lot of you didn't care about George Floyd. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
A lot of you did. A lot of the folks was out there too. They didn't care about George Floyd as a collective. I'm not saying some didn't, but as a collective, they didn't care about George. They was upset because they were locked down too. They were losing their businesses. They were losing a whole lot of things during the pandemic. So. Well, what I'm saying here is the time to have black and brown was in the past.
Yeah,
it's a new day. The only thing I can tell you is what's that old saying? Suck it up, buttercup. Yeah. And you got a wild ride ahead of you. You know, your community. I mean, they voted how they wanted to vote. They chose not to ally with black folk. Now, ever since these riots,
is this the same one? Is that you, crew? Yeah. What it do, crew?
What's up, bro, Jesse?
Shit, just going through the topics of the day. Happy Father's Day and Juneteenth weekend to you.
Oh, it's a different weekend for each one. We can't lump them all together, man, like they do us minorities.
Yeah.
So happy Father's Day
Yeah.
Today and tomorrow, you know, and yesterday this weekend. And Juneteenth is next weekend.
Well, technically, but here in Denver it's tomorrow or today.
I think it's crap.
No, today is Father's Day. It's already tomorrow. It's already Sunday. So today is Father's Day.
Yeah, and it's also Juneteenth in Denver, Colorado.
On 15th?
No, it's today too. They're both on the same day here.
Wow.
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean how? We have a whole celebration today. Just one day. We didn't even get the whole week like we usually get. We got a day.
Every place out here, they're doing it next weekend. Like, so it's gonna be like on the 21st.
No, we're doing it here today. On Father's Day.
That's what's up.
No, it's today.
Well, you know, we should take the whole Juneteenth month because we fathered
We
the
take this whole goddamn month back.
We fathered the nation and we fathered the planet.
Yep, we sure did.
See, this the
and Lady State's favorite time of the year is coming up too, and that's Black August.
Oh,
most slave rebellions in American history.
That's my favorite time.
And remember the chairman from the Montgomery.
I want to go get his autograph.
Yeah. Yep, that's right, Miss Niecy. Well,
it's Black Music Month, not that other Rainbow Month.
Right. Fuck that shit. They limit that shit too out here, which is hilarious. I think they only got like a day of that bullshit out here. I'm making sure they don't try to take over our shit today with that shit and that damn anti-ICE and Palestinian shit. They're not gonna ruin our Juneteenth. We're just not gonna have it.
Hey, they think we're scared of war. They think we're scared of war. No, we don't. We don't like war. We will do everything to prevent a war.
Crew, the Union was getting their ass spanked by the Confederates up until and only when the colored infantry, which was filled with American freedmen, black freedmen, was introduced.
Hey, we need not even go back that far. The only war the U.S. didn't win decisively, from my studies, was the Vietnam War because we were not behind that shit. You get me?
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali, Cassius. You know what I mean? He wasn't behind it. None of us was behind it. And then they can't win the war if they ain't got the niggas behind them to do the fighting.
Right. That's why they all wondering where the FBA. What up, cuz? We got Jay Middleton in the building.
Y'all ain't gonna win this war. Oh, what the
Just
hell?
going over these Latinos, showing their true Latino colors.
Say you must have went to Michigan, huh?
Michigan, no, we in the Mile High.
No, I heard you choking like that. You know, Michigan, I hear they got better prices than Colorado.
Ooh wee. I wouldn't know. I ain't been to Michigan in 30 years.
Yep. No wonder Eminem rap like that.
Oh, the hell with feminine.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Say, why would you bring up?
He ain't in my top nothing.
Right. No, I did like him back in 96 before I got on code. You get me? Back when I was still Boule.
Yeah, the only one I liked was the Slim Shady LP.
The one before his first album dropped. When you hear, man,
you talking about Renegade?
No, I just don't give a.
Oh,
but the old mix version, like the one like it would be like sound like me and you did it in our room.
Yeah, that was a Slim Shady LP.
Yeah, that one. That one we went to Bible class with a gun. Oh no, remember that one with the beat nuts? Went to Bible class with a gun, blasted a nun. What the hell? Straight send my ass to the sun.
Yeah.
Like that's when I got put on Eminem. But like a year or two later, I got put on 50.
No, hi, my name is. That's when I first got put on his ass. That's
You was late. You was a little late.
Yeah, we're in Colorado. We got shit later than the East and West Coast.
Man, y'all Midwest, just like us.
We is not Midwest. We is West.
Oh, y'all on mountain time. Y'all
we
on
start
mountain
the West.
Y'all
You don't get
even
West. Yes, we are. You don't get West until you get to Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, the Dakotas. That's Midwest.
North Dakota still on Chicago time. Fargo and
That's
Chicago on the same time.
Midwest. That's
Fargo is in
Midwest.
North Dakota. Fargo is in North Dakota.
That's still Midwest. North
You just
Midwest.
said the Dakotas.
Yeah, that's Midwest. You don't get West until you get to Colorado and Wyoming and Montana.
All right, you lucky I'm not recording.
Look at it on the map.
No, I'm saying you literally just said. No, I'm not gonna. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, he's definitely Vanilla Ice, but we is enjoying that song right about now. Ice, Ice, baby, get these motherfuckers up out of here.
Right. No.
Right. Like Texas is southwest, exactly. It's south, yeah, it's south and it's west. But you don't get west until you get toward the Rocky Mountains. Then you get west, you gotta cross them damn mountains to get to Cali in the west coast. Along with that desert. You gotta cross the desert too. So yeah, we start the west. Kansas is Midwest. They'll tell you what the trick is.
Why is California named California?
Because Queen Khalifa, who was a black Aboriginal queen, who it was named after.
So what are these Mexicans talking about?
They are their products of rape from them conquistadors that was raping those black indigenous women back in the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries.
Are you talking about a tragic mulatto? And they got a whole race of tragic mulattoes?
Yes. The mestizos? Yes.
A whole race of mestizos.
The mutts. They'll tell you proudly, I'm a mutt. I'm mixed with this. I'm mixed with that.
They've got a race of them. If we can ask our sister Nisi, right? They've got a race of them in West Virginia.
They don't consider themselves a race, though. Remember,
they do.
No. Remember Felix or one of the founders of the goddamn LULAC?
No. I'm not talking about the Latinos. I'm talking about there's a race of like mixed people in West Virginia, and they only stay to themselves, and they're like permanently light skinned, like they're permanent mutts. Like they're permanent mulattoes, and they only stay with themselves. Like ask Sister Nisi, it's the Melungians, something like that.
Oh, the Melungians. That's what Abraham Lincoln's mom was.
Right. So they're like all mixed.
Yeah.
But they only stay with their mix. You know what I mean? Like if you're Boule paper, remember the paper bag test back in the day?
Yeah, the brown paper bag. Yep.
Right. So if you were in there, you would only stay in there.
If they could see your blue and green veins, you was good.
Like you would never smash like my sister or nothing like that because she's too dark.
She's
you
too
get
dark.
me? And look, here's the thing, right? I hate to bring up my other guys' names, right? But like Afro, right?
Yeah.
It's motherfuckers tell Afro that we do colorism. And Afro Elite is a fucking light-skinned ass motherfucker.
Yeah, he's straight FBA, and he be bringing that truth.
Right, but how you gonna go and tell him, oh, we're colorists?
Because they try to make it feel like we're a hate group. Just because we acknowledging our lineage here, we're all of a sudden a threat and a hate group.
some dude called in to the other guy talking about, yeah, because it's xenophobic or this, that. I'm like, how? Like, how is that the case?
It's gaslighting to the fullest. That's what it is. They don't want us to acknowledge their disrespect, and they're trying to dump their trash onto us. When they get something that's worth mentioning, it's a win for Ghana, a win for Nigeria, a win for Jamaica, a win for Cuba, a win for Mexico,
Here's what I'll say.
For Belize.
Here's what I'll say, and I'm not gonna try to mention it, but like, remember, motherfucker said, remember somebody said, I ain't gotta listen to that bullshit. But what you're saying is bullshit. Stop cussing at me. Hold on, you said bullshit first. Who's cussing at who? Like, this is the gaslighting. That's the gaslighting. You give me. You said, man, I ain't gotta listen to your bullshit. No, what you're saying is bullshit. Stop cussing at me.
Right.
Nah, there goes the bullshit.
A lot of mixed race kids is all white hollow and all white hollows in West Virginia, especially during the 1990s. Interesting.
And a lot before then. But Niecy from there, so she know it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was even any kind of black people out there like that, but apparently so.
They are, but you know, be in the coal mine so much.
Yeah.
You got the coal on your skin.
Yeah, that's all that's out there.
You might get you a Kylie Jenner or something.
So now some of them are starting to get on code with what FBA's been putting down. So Latina calls out her own people for making them look bad, waving foreign flags and fleeing to America. Uncle Phil will give us an update on that. Unless Lady T has something to add.
It's in all of that in Los Angeles. I'm starting to notice that, you know, the Latino community is starting to really look inward now, because a lot of people kind of coming at them about some of the moves they're making, especially waving those foreign flags. A lot of Americans are really, you know, getting kind of tired of seeing foreign flags being waved in our country. And I explain a little later what that actually is saying. But check out what this Latina has to say about this. And I think she says she's from Guatemala.
But I've been watching these LA riots and these protestings that is going on, and I just want to understand, why are we flying Latin American flags if we're trying to prove to people that we too are American, that we too are just as American as everybody else? Why are you flying that Mexican flag? Why are you waving that Guatemalan flag? Please help me understand. A lot of people have also been saying, oh, well, California used to be part of Mexico. And Mexico took that land from Native Americans. Also, the fact that a lot of Latinos don't want to fly the American flag because they think that it's a colonizer's flag, yet have the audacity to fly a Mexican flag, another colonizer's flag, is so beyond stupid to me. It just shows how ignorant our community is. That Mexican flag was not made by indigenous people. It was made by colonizers as well in 1821. I also really want to know, where was all of this chaotic energy when under the Biden administration they couldn't all of a sudden track down 300,000 children? Where was this energy? Where was this energy when it was known that the Biden administration was not even tracking down all of the kids that were being trafficked? Where was this energy? As someone who was born and raised in Guatemala and then came to the United States, it pisses me off how a lot of you Latinos are out here destroying our own communities here in the United States and then making us as Latin Americans look bad. Do you think this is what people want? Do you think people are asking for you to destroy the United States? No. People want you to address what is going on in Latin America. See, all of this stuff is going on. See, a lot of our people are escaping Latin America because the moment we come to the United States, we completely forget about our homeland. We completely forget about the real issues. We don't want to address and, you know, educate ourselves on all the plantations that are in Latin America. But how many Latin Americans love their Starbucks? How many Latin Americans love their Dunkin' Donuts and their McDonald's and all of these stupid things that is literally enslaving our own people? How many? Too many. You know what? Latinos will boycott Coca-Cola, but then we'll turn around and drink Pepsi. And it also makes me upset that we want to talk about la raza this, while flying that Mexican flag. Well, let me tell you something. What that Mexican government does to other Central Americans, they unalive them, baby. Whenever you cross that Mexican border, guess what? You get unalived if they catch you.
Now, she addressed quite a few things, but let's get into this foreign flag thing and why should a lot of Americans take a big issue with them waving foreign flags in the middle of destruction? Usually when you go to war and you go, you know, fight, you defeat an enemy, you raise your flag of your nation and put your flag down as, this is my territory now. I have defeated this enemy. And we're no longer waving the flag of the person that I defeated. Now we're waving my flag. So seeing them raise this foreign flag while they're doing destructive things in America is, you know, almost like an act of war. You understand what I'm saying? This is why people are starting to take an issue with it. Now, I had a conversation about this, you know, I think a couple of times actually, with a lot of the, you know, journalists here within the company. And I had asked all of them, they're from different countries like Nigeria and Ethiopia and Kenya and South Africa. And, you know, and I asked them, I say, how would Nigerians or Ethiopians or Kenyans or South Africans, how would they feel if a group of Americans came in, let's say like 1,000 Americans, and these Americans are protesting, waving American flags, you know, causing chaos? How would the people feel? And they all kind of said, well, first of all, they wouldn't know what's going on with them. Is this an invasion? Are they trying to take over our country? There was a sentiment. Is this an invasion? Are they trying to take over our country? Because why are you swinging the flag of another nation in ours?
While you're burning our own flag.
And it makes, you know, really makes sense. Why do America accept this? Why do American people accept them waving a foreign flag? And let me tell you something about that. So a lot of the ones that's waving foreign flags, they were born here. Do you know, I'm talking about the ones who are waving the Mexico flag. Do you know when they go to Mexico, Mexicans don't even look at them as Mexican. They look at them as an American. Because you know why? They say you weren't born here. You're born over there. Now, yes, you may be of Mexican descent, but you're not Mexican. You're an American. It's kind of like the situation where, like us, as FBAs.
Hey, Jesse, we have African descent,
but if we go to the African continent, they'll say, "Well, no, you're not. You know, you're not African like we are." I mean,
make it quick, crew. We express return.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's the same way. Like, I got a good friend I grew up with from Trinidad. Same thing. He can't go back to Trinidad. I got a good friend. He's from Liberia. He got deported. Man, they got to break him back into Liberian. You know what I mean? Like, he's American. He's been out here for damn 10, 15 years. They don't trust him no more. You get me? So that's all I was finna say. Go ahead. Keep it.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, shit. I gotta get back on this.
Because you were born in America. You're America. And that's true. We are Black Americans. We are. That's our people. That's our culture. That's our history. There's nothing wrong with saying that. So they waving the flag, most of them, of a country that they didn't even live in. They didn't even grow up in. Maybe their parents did, but they didn't even grow up in that country. but they're waving a foreign flag.
Yeah.
And this is what happens also when you, like say, I said this many times before, when you don't understand optics, you don't know how to protest right, you don't know how to fight these folks right, you don't realize that you're literally giving the Republicans everything they want for the midterms.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats literally gave them every video on a silver platter.
Yep.
All Trump and them got to keep running is that guy that stood up on that car waving that foreign flag with his shirt off with a mask on. That's all they got to say. Say, hey, vote for Democrats. This is what you get.
Yeah.
That's all they got to keep saying and running that over all that stuff in LA over and over. That's all they got to do is keep running that in a loop.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, nah, I don't want the Democrats. I want more Republicans in there. Like the Democrats don't even know how to play the game either.
Nope.
They're dumb.
Yeah.
They're very dumb at this point. A lot of people were starting to kind of have an issue with Trump, but now Trump got a new lifeline with this immigration thing. And a lot of people saying, yeah, especially when they're waving those foreign flags.
Yeah.
You don't know. Immigrants
burning the American
waving a foreign flag.
Hey, pause it, Jesse.
Fighting
Pause it, Jesse.
the U.S. government.
Come on, please.
And being destructive in this country is not going to be a good thing for you with the American people. Now, if you want to have a Heritage Day, a Heritage Parade, yeah, man, have your flags. Well, nobody got a problem with that. That's about heritage. No issue. You're not destroying things. You're not attacking the government. You're not attacking federal agents while waving this flag. You understand? Totally different situation.
Right.
So no, Americans don't have an issue with you having your foreign flag. It just take an issue when you're attacking America, destroying American cities, destroying American businesses, and bringing your anti-black racism over here too, and waving your foreign flag. Yeah, a lot of Americans gonna be like, man, where's ICE? I'll champion ICE. When Trump gonna do some hiring? There's a lot of people that would love to go work with ICE right now, to go help ICE.
I'm thinking about applying myself, crew.
You understand?
I'm too old, man.
She talked about.
I'm too old. Maybe you
is that when they flee their homeland, they forget their people. Because clearly they don't want to go back.
No.
Clearly, she said they forget their people, and they just leave them over there.
Let me wave my Chicago flag
and
I've been
noticing that overall theme. Now, some of them do send money back home. Some of them do. That's true. Some of them have to pay for school. Some of them are obligated to pay for school, and they've made videos about how they've been obligated. They have to pay for school. They have to do this. They have to do that, and they call it the immigrant curse. That's I've heard them say this. But a lot of them just say in Latin America in particular, they forget about their homeland. But they forget about their homeland, but they'll be swinging a flag of a country they never lived in, some of them.
And they won't go back to.
Then the ones who are here illegally, right? Some of them will swing a flag too. Like, ain't no way I'm going to swing a flag to a country I fled from.
Right.
Because if I love my country so much, I wouldn't have left.
Right.
If I left my country, I'll be leaving it in disgust. Why would I want to wave the flag of a place I left?
Right.
If I went to a new country and it gave me a new life, it gave me something better, I'm going to wave the flag of the country that made my life better for me and my family. I'm not waving no flag of no country that did me dirty to the point I had to leave my homeland.
What would make you leave your homeland?
So if I feel like I need to leave America,
disgrace.
Because whatever the reason I feel like I need to leave it, ain't no way I'm going to be waving an American flag. I'm just not going to do it. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
But it's like a declaration of war when you're waving that foreign flag and destroying things in America.
Yeah.
And it makes all Americans say, let's look at this demographic stuff. Let's really look into these numbers now. And
if the Democrats burn our flag while waving
y'all
the
cause
flag,
of it.
It's over.
You the cause. Why would people want to go put y'all back in office?
Right.
Even if they disagree with Trump and the Republicans, why do they want to put y'all back in office?
For what?
Look at the chaos of the Biden administration. We're dealing with it. Biden's out. But we're dealing with the consequences.
And only 140 days in.
And we're going to be dealing with these consequences for
years
years to come.
Yep.
And they mad at FBAs to not getting involved? Why would we get involved in that? That's dumb.
Right.
Anytime we ever stood up, it's because somebody was their human rights and constitutional rights was violated and they were unalived. We weren't out here protesting somebody got arrested.
Pass me some popcorn. Man.
That's the difference with us. Somebody human rights are violated and lost their life.
I got no popcorn.
And that's when we come out.
And you know we ain't gonna tell on nobody for no reason, right? Okay, no.
Why would anybody, any guy of common sense,
send them home?
Will get involved
how
with
we gonna split this $5,000?
And of course, you have a few black people go, "Oh, we gotta do something." And you know what? I hope every police get you. I seen another day on CNN. Had some little young black guy got arrested.
I ain't gotta flip a pack
at
if
the
I
protest. I say, "Oh, that's good." I'm glad the police got him because he enlisted his community. We told black people, stay out them protests, stay away from that. That's not our fight. That's not our issue. We didn't flee our homeland. We've been in our homeland.
I wanted to go downtown. I just didn't go because I knew
we don't fight to break the law.
I'm not going.
We fight for justice. That's why they want us out there so they can use our moral capital.
No.
For them to violate federal law. And
but I wanted
we got to be real selective about our moral capital. We need to keep that and gatekeep
but I
our
know
moral
it's
capital.
no parking
Gatekeep
down
the
there.
hell out of it.
And the way I
we don't
want to
go
go
out there and
heavy,
just give our moral capital.
I don't want to go downtown.
No. That's been our problem. And I'm glad
I wouldn't have got out
delineation
my
is happening.
car
I'm glad
before
people are
somebody
recognizing
start
it.
packing,
But if we're going to fight,
pat
we're
me
going to
down.
fight for us.
Yeah.
That's who we're going to fight.
I'm good. Man, downtown
But these
Chicago
other groups, I've been noticing they really reflecting on even the treatment of black people. Been seeing that too.
Like it's way
they even
different.
admitting they understand why
pulled
black
over
people not coming
downtown
out.
Chicago, it's
because
over
the way
with.
they've been treated.
I'm talking about like when they pull you over, it's a car.
They're admitting
in front
about
of
their anti-blackness in their homeland.
County ain't no joke.
They're admitting they haven't
No,
to
I'm
deal
talking
with
about
this now.
Chicago police. You can get
Why?
pulled over in Cook
Because
County, no problem.
They thought that black people was gonna come out and to save them.
But Chicago police are
even though they
crazy.
got larger numbers definitely in LA.
In Chicago and Cook County.
And also when
Yes,
black people step on the scene,
Chicago
the world pays attention.
City police are
Every time they do
on
something,
a different level.
people pay attention to it for a couple of days, then it fizzles out. And
They're
nobody
different than the county.
And that's what every other
you know,
group get
than the
mad with
county
us
sheriff.
about. Is because when we've been
They're
involved,
different than the suburban police.
Globally. We're not involved. People see it, they hear it, like, whatever. And that's some resentment that comes from other communities too, that we have the attention of the world and they can barely get attention nationally. So you need us to come out to give their cause legitimacy. And we don't need to legitimize anybody.
Nope.
And
we
they
got enough
have
issues
no
in the black community.
legitimacy.
But a lot of Americans are tired of that foreign flag stuff, and we need to be extremely against that foreign flag situation. You in America, wave the American flag. Now you at your house or some heritage parade or heritage event, your business, whatever. Hey, have your flag. I got a problem with that. I really don't. But if you're going to tear up American cities, waving a foreign flag, then that's a declaration of war to me.
Yep. That's domestic terrorism.
Hey, Che, I can't come to your house, right? And then take down the Colorado flag and put up an Illinois flag
Hell
in
no.
your living room. You hear me? And then start changing the channel. And then when you start putting me out, I start a protest and start burning shit. What would you probably have shoot me, right? You would probably have shoot me, right?
Definitely ass whooping.
Family and fellow soldiers.
But at least the ass whooping first. But
Family and fellow soldiers. I'm the professor.
Yeah. All right, y'all. So what's your thoughts on what that Latina had to say about her own people, making them look bad by waving foreign flags and fleeing to America while burning American flags?
Yeah, like anchor babies doing this shit, and doing the most. And they're concerned. Anchor babies that are the problem, have always been the problem, and will probably always be the problem. Whenever somebody's getting picked up by immigration, you don't see these motherfuckers out there with their people's ID and passport in their hand. He's legal.
No.
He did all the right shit. We don't understand why he got picked up at the restaurant. We understand why he got picked up at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
We understand why he got picked up at Home Depot. These his papers. blah, 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 please release them. No, they're like, instead they're crying and families are broken. They're using all our tropes.
Yeah.
They're using all our shit, right? Talking about this suppression, woo, woo, woo,
No justice,
right?
no peace.
And do the most. And then they have the nerve to fight, fight the law, fight the National Guard or whatever the fuck is out there, right? And they've been carrying on. And I was hoping this shit was gonna be over with before Juneteenth weekend, but unfortunately it was not. And I'm just thinking that come this weekend when it's our day, not only are they mad that we didn't participate in their bullshit, but they can come over and possibly
just like the movie Sinners. And we got to keep them on the outside.
Possibly maybe start some shit to where, we have to.
Don't invite them in.
Yeah, keep them on the outside.
That's what I'm kind of concerned about because it's so close to where our stuff is. The other thing is like we shouldn't have to continuously be villainized for some anti-black shit that they're on. They've been on this anti-black racism for a minute, right?
For centuries.
Jesus Christ, Jesse. For a minute now, so that could be anything. They've been on it for a long time, and now they're like, oh well, why don't y'all get involved? And then the fear mongering and shit that they're gonna come after. This is like it's so stupid, and we should just keep what we're saying, minding our own business. Because the moment we don't mind our own business, and one of us gets active, because it only takes one for somebody to call us out of our race or whatever. It only takes one to antagonize the situation.
No, we must get to that.
And we're also the villains. And either we're gonna be the heroes or the villains, right?
Yeah.
We decided long ago we're not putting on no cape.
Nope.
And we're hold your own nuts.
And we're embracing villainy.
So that's just it. Like you can't have it both ways. You can't be anti-black one way and then they say you need black people to support. There's plenty of motherfuckers outside. Why don't you look to the neighbor that you're outside rioting with for your support? There's a lot of motherfucking people outside, but yet they got the audacity to call out black people too. And no Machine Gun Kelly, nobody is gonna tell us
right.
otherwise.
Just it.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna tell us otherwise about why and act like
see Meth X crew.
Act like it's a fucking threat.
Tell us all power to the people.
You know what I'm saying?
This is our struggle too. We need to get involved.
It's not. Because we've been struggling for 400 fucking years. Nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
So on a daily basis we struggle.
But they said, sister, they said the Mexicans said that we're next.
Yeah.
We're next. but when
I thought we were first.
Right, we were first. That's what Nina Turner said.
Years.
Shout out to Nina Turner.
They've enslaved us, tried to kick us out, tried to do everything. But the Mexicans, these Latinos say that we're next.
They can't keep the soil out.
Can I get a first class flight with $5,000? I'll take
But where they
that.
gonna deport you to, crew? Where they gonna deport you to?
I'm going to
Maryland?
Alabama. I'm going to Alabama. I'm going to Alabama. I'm gonna take my $5,000 for my deportation flight, and I'm going to Alabama.
All right, I'm going to South Carolina then.
I'm going to California.
Right. So we'll be back.
Yeah.
as long as we got good Wi-Fi, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. So are we going to deport us within the United States?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Go take a vacation in your ancestral place. All right. Well,
They're gonna fuck around and deport me within my own state. They're gonna deport me to Cairo, Illinois, or East St. Louis, Illinois, or some shit.
They deport me to
You're like, what the
They gonna
hell?
send you to where the mounds are, where the pyramids is.
You know, the place that was the center of the world 800 years ago.
Yeah, that place.
Yeah,
That
they're
place.
going to put us there, all within the United States, so we can just wave to each other from different states. Oh, it's a nice vacation.
Let me ask y'all. Hold on. Since you know about Cahokia,
it'd be a nice vacation.
I'm sorry, Lady J.
No, you're not.
No. I'm not sorry for cutting you off, but
I know.
I want to talk to
What's up?
Everybody
Can I please?
Go ahead,
No,
Crow.
cuz you cannot.
No, Lady Shay is the
No,
queen.
you cannot. You cannot.
The queen
If
of
he
the
said,
front
he asked me
line.
a question, then y'all just be cutting it off. What I'm saying is that they can't deport us within the United States, and the only deportation you're really gonna get is a deportation to jail. Okay, if you fuck up and you got caught fucking up, you're going to jail. That's your ticket to jail.
Within the United States.
I read within your state that you got caught in. You're not going anywhere but to your own fucking jail.
Yeah.
Well, they say Trump said, they say the Democrats say Trump said he gonna send us to Gitmo.
Oh hell no.
Because that's still U.S. territory.
That's fucking ridiculous. You gotta be a real serious fucking serial killer, murdering type, rapist type, pedophile type that's on a fucking rampage.
Yeah, and if they start sending regular U.S. citizens to Guantanamo Bay, it's gonna be a rebellion.
We have maximum security prisons in every state.
They better not start sending us no goddamn Gitmo.
Hell, Larry Hoover right down the street from y'all.
Yeah, Florence in the Supermax.
Larry Hoover, man, the Supermax, the greatest prison ever in the world. Man, even that shit makes the Russians blush.
Like I said, if you commit a crime as an American citizen and you're found guilty, then you're going to jail.
Yeah.
Okay?
No,
jail.
you're going to
You're not going to
jail.
you're not going to be deported out of your own country as an American citizen. You're going to be shipped off to jail.
Yeah.
Okay? That's a whole separate type of fucking lockdown.
Not jail, prison. Prison. You know the difference between prison and jail?
It's the same shit.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's just
It's not.
It's longer than the other.
No, it's absolutely not the same thing.
Okay, look, I don't even want to debate this again. Let's just say that you're going to.
I've been in jail a whole lot of times.
Jail, then prison.
You're in good company, crew. The whole crew's been to jail.
No, I've never been to prison though.
All right,
no, I've never been to prison either.
That's what I'm trying to tell her. There's a difference between jail and prison.
You're going to
You're going to a greater form of confinement. That's what the code teaches.
I'm so done talking because, you're basically going to your own state, a fucking physical penitentiary. All right, if you fuck up big enough. All right, you're not getting shipped out of your country that you're from the soil. That's just fucking stupid. He can't.
Here's what I'm saying.
He can't do it anyway. Even if he could do it, God forbid, he can't. It's not going to be done.
Oh no, there's a way. There's a way.
And plus, he got extradition.
No, there's a way. Let me explain.
No, there is not a way.
There is
Are
a
you
way.
an American citizen? Yes or no?
Yes.
And
there's a way. There's a way to
in
get rid
America,
of your.
Unless you're out of the country committing fucked up crimes, then you're going to jail over there. Thus, locked up.
There's a way to get rid of your citizenship, though.
You're not. You're so silly. That is ridiculous. If you believe that,
there's a way. If you're staying,
when did they do that to anybody?
They can do that if you're standing on foreign land.
If you're on exactly, you're not on foreign land though. You're on your land. There you have it. Thank you. You're on your land. Jesse.
Yep.
Moving along.
Yeah. I'm not falling asleep. I was looking at the next topic. So the next topic is Latino protesters in LA hurled N-word at black cop amid anti-ICE raid protests.
Protest. 2 Latino protesters call a black cop the N-word during the LA protest. We can't win like that. Put up the picture full mass.
We? Who is we, man?
This has to be checked, dealt with.
He's talking about the Democrats. He's a Democratic shield. When he say we, that's what he's talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who is we? Who is we? I'm not trying to win with these.
It's not black folks. It's not black folks.
Look at his channel, dog. He works for the Young Turks.
Yeah, that's Democratic
Chank.
Central.
You know Chank and that girl. That's the Young Turks.
It's pronounced Jake, but yeah, I know about someone else.
Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. The Young Turks.
Yes.
So Rashad Ritchie, if you look in the corner of his screen, his shit is from the Young Turks. He's paid by the Young Turks.
Yeah.
Where everybody go to get their teeth fixed.
Yeah. He's gonna give us the update on these Latinos calling a black cop the N-word during LA protests. So disrespectful. These mother's mad at our party.
And if not, the narrative will permeate that the actions of the few indicate the actions of the many, and they do not. A video of Latino protesters in LA peppering a black cop with racist slurs. This is being used to discourage unity.
That's funny, cause
between the two communities as protesters continue to take the streets in opposition to an actual evil, the Trump administration, and their crackdown on human beings who happen to be minors. Quote,
who's from Detroit?
I'll spit on your face.
Coon Richie.
F your family, N-word. F your kids,
the other detail.
N-word. End quote. A young Latino protester yelled this at an unnamed black LA cop who remains calm, doesn't respond, does not act unprofessional.
There's a reason.
Does not engage in violating constitutional rights.
What the fuck?
I'm thankful for you, sir.
He's waving a flag on
quote,
land.
I can't sleep comfortably because of you. A young Latina woman says, joining in, calling the officer the N-word repeatedly while getting personal about his eating habits. She signaled she knew him as a customer at Cava, where she works. Put up this picture here. You know, Dr. King helped us understand that you cannot get rid of darkness with darkness. Only light can do that. And you cannot become the same evil that you protest to stand against. Put up this next picture. I want to remind everyone, the words that I just read, the quotes, are identical to those we are protesting against. MAGA, Trumpites. The exchanges led to an ex-account holder, do-rags and MAGA caps, a pro-Trump account, to capture the video, which was viewed nearly 81,000 times. Quote, Black Americans, this ain't our business. End quote. Another one joked that a cop was behind the X account. Another post expressed disappointment, writing, quote, the N-word use is increasingly disheartening. But that doesn't change the cause.
The back of Dr.
LAPD has terrorized every single minority group at some point. And will continue if we keep trying to fight.
Some Democratic shields. The only difference is, I believe Dr. Boucher is FBA.
You see, it says the Young Turks right there on the bottom right. You see who he's paid for.
Yeah, he's a Democratic shield. That's very obvious. There's no denying that.
About everything instead of helping as a whole who struggle under the same BS system. Keep that picture up.
I'm gonna actually play the video.
This broke my heart. It broke my heart because we are more effective as a closed fist rather than an open hand.
It's we
calling black people the N-word.
Who is we?
Is the point. It's what we're fighting against. It's the contextualization of being subhuman. You cannot be a protester for human rights while at the same.
Go ahead, crew.
That's all of them. That's 44% of them.
Yeah, he was hosting him. Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Like, that's just one guy? No, that's how they feel.
Collectively.
Hurl La Raza, that's how they feel.
Yeah.
They don't want to fuck with us at all.
No, they want to get close to white Zaddy and
Man, I'm out here in Chicago. The way I grew up, bro. Niggas used to be, oh, I got this Mexican chick. Why? Because her dad don't like you with her. That's the only reason we'll get with her.
Only reason why, yeah.
Because her dad don't want us with her. Like, oh, I bagged this. Man, white girls are easy. Mexican chicks, they dads be so much. They'll send their brothers on us. Man, it's so bad.
Yeah, they just showed that recently with Lefty Gunplay and punk ass Ryan Garcia.
Dog, they don't, man. Who told they? Yeah. Oh, you talking about? Yeah. But yeah, man, they don't mess with us, bro.
And this video, so I'm gonna play the video of these moms disrespecting this pig.
It's places out here we can't even go buy tacos too late at night. I mean, we can, but it's probably not safe. We'll probably get into a fight. Like, we can go there, but you know, you don't want to go there if you ain't ready for it.
Yeah, I'm about to scroll for this bullshit. Lady Che, while I'm pulling this video up, what are your thoughts on it?
What?
These Latinos disrespecting this black officer.
Well, it's good he didn't make no moves, but at the same time, there's other black people around him. Why did they just punch her in the motherfucking mouth? I mean, her and him. Yeah, like, you know, I just said it was gonna start some shit, but honestly, like, that was just way too motherfucking reckless. Like,
yeah,
we saw this shit on Afro Elite, and I was
shout out
like,
to Afro Elite, yeah.
I was like, oh my god, like, and these are anchor babies. These are anchor babies. These are not, you know, from fucking Mexico. These are anchor babies.
Yeah.
You know, and the fact that they were like, they ripped families apart. Motherfucking black families been getting ripped apart for God knows how long. Ain't nobody says anything. Nobody gives a fuck.
No.
You get arrested, your kid is in the car, you're gone. You're done.
Go catch a DUI. Go catch. You know what I mean? Get caught with some weed in the wrong state.
He wasn't gonna make drunk driving a criminal offense.
I'm just saying it's not reciprocated, and you know, when you see, like, with those people that you can clearly see their face, we clearly go boycott their shit.
Yeah, Kava.
Or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever the fuck it is, you boycott their shit. You know what I mean? Because they can't go along, or you see them catch them slipping, you know, then you catch them slipping. You can't go along just saying the fucking N-word like that. And two, even he's an officer. He's an officer of the law, but even if he's still black.
Right. He's black first.
He's still black. I'm glad that he didn't do anything. You see him look around like, is he really talking to me?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was kind of funny. But yeah, I was like, you just go and point out somebody. You have that type of big balls to go to an officer that you recognize from your restaurant that comes in there to get discounts, probably in uniform. That's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the police do anyway.
Yeah.
You know, they come in to eat somewhere, and you know, you should treat it like, if you feed them or whatever, treat it like you're feeding the homeless.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, because police are homeless because they don't have real jobs.
Exactly.
Right, so treat them like they're the homeless. You know, give them a plate of food and fucking keep it pushing. You know what I mean? That's it. You gotta do
These
all
are
that.
stray cats.
You know, and he's mad for what? He asked for a discount or fucking food. It's the police.
Right.
Why would you want to have problems there, Anchor Baby?
Right.
Just give them a fucking free meal and shut the fuck up and keep it pushing.
Right.
You know, like every other fucking restaurant does. They see him coming, they're like, oh no, go ahead, keep it going. Why? Because they don't want to have any problems. If they do, they want to be able to count on that motherfucker to come in. Anytime they need him, to show up and be like, hey man, I eat there, man. We can't have this over here. You know what I mean?
But do you have that problem, Lady J? You don't have that problem, right? You're not worried about getting deported or anything. They send you to jail this one day and you back out, right?
What you talking about?
We're from here.
He's saying you're of the soil. Here it is.
You don't have that same fear in you, right?
No.
We talk to
I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a hot.
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family. Fuck your kids, nigga. That's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to cover?
Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Nigga, act like I don't know your fucking face. Stop fucking playing. Fucking talking about, can I get a fucking discount? Can I get a fucking this? Can I get a fucking that?
There was
That nigga right there. Put that shit out here right there. Put that shit out there right there.
He doesn't look like he go to cover though.
Yeah, that motherfucker right there with the mask on. That's a tether.
Again, why did they?
No, but that's why U.S. Agents wear masks because man, we know El Chapo out there.
Grab her up or throw something at her for saying that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like freely, which is so reckless. Like they do it all day long. Like freely, just using the word and threatening it.
Yeah, her voice is annoying as hell, cuz.
Threatening them. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna do what to what? In fact, now that they made that kind of threat, everybody should take it as a point of fact that that's what they're capable of doing to all.
You threatened one of my federal agents.
No.
We all pay taxes. No, listen, sister.
No, listen.
We all pay taxes, right? She threatened one of our federal agents.
Listen.
Yeah, they got a whole franchise.
Listen to what I'm saying. They got a whole restaurant, a whole franchise, whatever. If he can say that so blatantly, he's gonna do this, and that to that man's food. You should think that he does that to every black person's food.
Mm-hmm.
Shut down the restaurant.
Right.
Yes, a whole chain though. At least
shut it down.
Send the
all of them. Trump can do that.
Fire him. He's responsible for losing all that income.
Yep.
Him and her. Fire him.
Hey, what he can send? What Trump can send? The farmland people in on him, right?
The farmland, the health inspection.
Right.
It's not healthy. It's not safe. It's
tie a
not
motherfucker up in paperwork all day, right?
It's not safe.
Since you wanna do that, right?
It's not safe for any officer to go in there.
Right.
To eat. Even if you didn't
I look at it like this.
Food on to his fucking family.
Hold on, let her finish.
You dig? Or what if you wanted to order Uber Eats and the motherfucker know where you live? You dig? So it's not safe. It's not sanitary. It's unhygienic. He's saying that, so you know he's done that.
Yeah, or capable of that.
He's probably done it. He's probably capable of it. He spits his motherfucker's food. He puts his dick on plates. You know what I mean? He's raunchy. He's dirty. She probably holds the plate for him. You know, so, and the fact that you're worried about a motherfucking plate of food, you fucking stingy fucks, that means you don't even care about your own fucking community.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of homeless Hispanic people out there you probably just don't give a fuck about.
Yeah.
So, And right there says a whole bunch to me. It says a lot of things to me. So aside from them calling him out of his race, they basically ruined their fucking franchise. If anybody's serious about that shit, they should really go on and fucking boycott every single one of those that are out there. Because you don't know what kind of capabilities they have when they got vitriol towards black people.
Apparently, we have one out here. Boycott that motherfucker.
They have vitriol towards black people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And those are anchor babies. Those are like second, third generation anchor babies.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it.
So disrespectful. And then this raccoon teller laughing about the shit.
Get
back to no shit. Hell no. Hell no.
You ain't going to that cover.
What's your favorite thing to order at Cover?
Everything.
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do.
Figueroa. So apparently there's a Cava on Figueroa, Lady Che.
And they think they safe.
Yeah.
Well, they think they could get they did because they're anchor babies.
Mm-hmm.
They even got Nipsey, so they think they're safe. Motherfuckers got Nipsey.
Mm-hmm.
What a little retarded dude. They think they're safe. All right, watch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, but first you get like you see these people's face right up front,
Mm-hmm.
and you hear what they're saying, and no one has caught anybody slipping outside.
Mm-hmm.
No one's caught anybody slipping outside. You know what I mean? And that's what kind of drives me like a little crazy. Like you see the disrespect. You can boycott a motherfucking restaurant all you want. You can do this and that, but you can't catch a motherfucker slipping and just fucking iced tea them. You know what I mean? Like the motherfuckers is just out there reckless, and it is like a fucking epidemic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just spreads and spreads and
It
spreads.
really is. They're mad out of pocket. Mad disrespectful. What's this? Final thoughts on that? All right, crew, what's your thoughts?
My last thoughts is thank you for having me up here. Good talking to you and Lady Che. You see how more productive this stream was. I don't know what changed, but this this stream was way more productive than some of them.
We do things to produce a constructive result.
You know, I'm just talking shit. But
they solve a problem. Yeah, I got you.
But yeah, thank you. And I'm done. I land.
Okay. Have a good night, brother.
Thanks, crew.
You as well. You as well.
What?
Okay. All right, so we're moving along, Lady Che, to the next topic. And that is Terry Anderson. I think he's related to Dr. Claude Anderson. Warned Congress in 1990, which was 35 years ago, that FBAs were being ethnically cleansed out of LA.
So back in June 10th, 1990, there was a brother by the name of Terry Anderson that went before Congress. And this brother was warning about the conditions in South Central Los Angeles when it came to black people. And I want you to hear what our brother had to say back in 1990. And you fast forward to 2025 and you see what ended up happening. Let's go ahead and check out this clip.
Elected officials refused to address the problem. The black elected officials refused to address the problem. My own congressman refuses to address the problem. And I think the problem is black folks see all minorities as allies. And this is not the case. These people are not here for our common good. They're here for their own good. Where I don't have any ill will towards anybody, I also want to look out for my race. I'm a black American. I've never used a hyphen. but I will refuse to turn my back on my race and see what's going on in South Central to my people and let these people come in here and just take over. I'm not going to sit back and watch it. And I think it's a terrible thing, a horrendous thing for anybody to see this going on and say, well, he's a minority like me, so I won't speak up. I don't care where he comes from. The key to this whole thing is stop the denial, stop the alliances of, in other words, he's a minority like me, so I can't speak up against him. If this was white folks committing these lynchings to us in South Central, what's going on, there would be an outrage in this country. We have had firebombs thrown through windows. We have had people's cars burned in the driveway because they happened to move into the wrong communities. We had a lady who moved to East LA, came to the state from the South, not knowing what East LA was. It was an all-Hispanic community. She wasn't there one day. We had another man who was burned out of his house in Torrance last year. We had 5 murders in Hawaiian Gardens just because the people were black. This would not be tolerated if this was white on black crime. But the fact that these people come here, and it's the numbers, sir. It's the numbers. They come here in the numbers. They build up the Hispanic community, and they get this sense of power against us. And there are race riots in the schools every day in Los Angeles. It never makes the media. The black kids are being run out of the schools every day and told to go back to Africa. It never makes the media. We are having people who are being discriminated against on every avenue of society, economic, schools, even in our prisons now. They have drawn lines, and our prisoners in California are being beat and harassed and raped by Hispanic gang members who recently arrived here because of the numbers. My answer to you, sir, would be we don't need any new laws. Enforce the ones we got.
Now, that's Brother Terry Anderson back in 1990, and you fast forward to 2025. Unfortunately, our brother's words fell on deaf ears, even in Congress. And they continue to have open border policies with the Democrat Party. And they kept flooding the zone. It's 1.8 million now in Los Angeles. And with black people, it's only 329,000 black people now in Los Angeles. And what I've learned about other groups, like the folks for sure, and even some of them as well, is when their numbers get really high, that's when the racism really ratchet up. And if our numbers are low, say, oh, I can probably get at them. We've heard about these issues, and what the brother said is made a lot of sense. Yeah, is that if there were white people doing all this time, a whole lot would have been done. Hate crime charges have been filed. Okay, folks, it would have been nationwide marches and all of that. But the Democrats, and see, the Democrats is the biggest problem. The Democrats knew about all this going on. And the Democrats was the one with all this minority this, minority that, kind of putting out there like, oh, non-white people, they just like you. Not even looking at, no, they're not just like us as black people. They're not. They're their own people. They got their own ways, their own history, their own everything. Yeah. We were not on this minority coalition. And unfortunately, our civil rights leaders and grassroots leaders that was on that minority coalition stuff, they led us into this problem. Yeah. They should have been speaking up and screaming loudly back then. Jesse Jackson should have been screaming loudly back then. Listen, I love the minister, but the minister could have been addressing this too back then. Because Farrakhan back in the 90s, and not to say the minister don't address things. Don't get me wrong, he addressed everything. But I wish it was more of a coordinated effort from all of them in that time period. Jesse Jackson, all of them in that time period about that issue in Los Angeles and calling that mess out. But everybody wants to be on, this black and brown and, well, that's just this happening. Listen, when a community is sick and tired of something, they all come together and say, hey, we are truly black and brown. We're going to come out. We're going to be calling the police. We're going to be diming these people out. We're going to be against this. This is not going to go down. And now, from what, definitely what I heard, they attack their own people more than they attack, black people. Yeah. But still, telling somebody to go back to Africa when they never been to Africa a day in their life, because surely back in the 90s, black people wasn't going to Africa like we do now. Now we go all the time, right? Yeah. We do. But here's the deal. The Democrat Party, and I got to lay this at the feet of the Democrats. The Democrats have been trying to commit a physical and economic ethnic cleansing of Black Americans out of Los Angeles, California. And this is why in Chicago, when I saw what they were trying to do in Chicago, I kept telling people in Chicago, hey, brothers, hey, sisters, if you don't stand up now, if you don't say something now, y'all gonna turn into Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Black people in Los Angeles. Y'all better fight. And that's why they fought so hard, because they looked at what happened to Black folks in Los Angeles. Black folks don't have no numbers like that in Los Angeles. They don't. They completely outnumbered in Los Angeles. That's why a lot of us have said, hey, man, I know y'all like LA and I know there's history to it, but sometimes you got to be like, you know what? Let them have it. We're gonna go to a new location and build there. Because numbers mean a lot. Because when you go to the city council, you're trying to do business, you can get sabotaged. If they on some anti-Black racism, you can't get permits. It's not all about even being physically attacked. Economically attacked is even worse. You can't get certain permits. You can't deal with certain real estate. You can't do this, do that if you keep running into anti-Black racism. And I'm not saying everybody is on that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying is the more, if you have a group of people who come from anti-Black racism, colorism in their own homeland, right? Remember Nuri Martinez? What she said about Black folks, and even the Oaxacans, which is the indigenous people, they real dark over there in Mexico, and some of them are here. They brought that over here with them. So I just feel Black people, this is my opinion, I just feel Black people should just say, hey, I've been saying that, come on home to the South. I've been saying that, come home to the South. The majority of Black Americans are in the South. I know a lot of you brothers and sisters went to Vegas because, you know, you still want to get back. And listen, and I'm not saying you can't be in Southern California. I mean, the last time I went out there to California, I'm like, nah, I don't want to be in LA. I'll go see something in LA and I get my hat behind right out of LA. Nah, I'm cool. If I had to live in California, I'd live in Orange County. Straight up. It'd be Orange County or somewhere up north, but I'm not about to be around that cesspool. I'm just not doing it. I mean, I'm a smart enough person to know, go where you're going to be comfortable, live where you're going to be comfortable. Don't put yourself in a position, right? Well, some people say, well, Phil, we all can't leave LA. We all can't do this. We all can't do that. I just think a little bit more strategic than that. I think that we need to get places where a lot of Black people are at. And Black people trying to hold on to a few places. But you look at LAPD, look at the demographics on the LAPD, and you wonder why all the things we have in the Black people still in LA. At one point in time, it was the white cops. Now it's not the white cops no more. I just, like I said, but I just think Black folks need to get another location in California that they want to be in, or come on back home to the South, or you can go to Chicago. You know, where a lot of Black people at. Like, get in the city where a lot of Black people at. That's why I keep telling my people, get in the city where a lot of us at. You got numbers, because there's over 1 million Black people in Chicago, a city like that. Coming down to a Dallas, a Houston, coming down to Atlanta, Charlotte. You know, the numbers are kind of funny with DC, trying to get DC back to what it was. Right? You know, there's a lot of Black folks, there's a lot of immigrants too, but still a lot of Black folks in New York City. I mean, get places where our numbers are at. Our numbers are right. Because our brothers and sisters, they still dealing with it in LA. They dealing with it. Now, some people, you know, they money keep them away from certain things in LA. Just to keep it real, you got a certain amount of money. If you're in LA, you're gonna avoid a whole lot of stuff with money. But if you're just a working class person, you will be dealing with a whole lot of things. You trying to get a job, you can't because you don't speak a foreign language. And the Democrats are not going to say, hey, that's discrimination. You can't do that. The Democrats not going to look at their hiring practices. The Democrats don't care because the Democrats don't like Black people. They don't. The Democrats are hella racist.
Yeah.
And my thing is, if the Republicans did half of what the Democrats have done, y'all be raising hell right now. If Donald Trump was doing that mess right now to black people, what the Democrats have done, y'all be raising holy hell on Donald Trump. Y'all so trained to say Republican racist. And I'm not saying that, I'm definitely not saying they ain't got no racism in the Republican Party, but you don't never call out that Democrat racism, that liberal racism. You never call it out. How they use buffer classes to undermine black people. That's the Democrat strategy. When we get a foothold somewhere, we start building up our numbers, our business, and oh hell no, let's throw it on and start throwing a bunch of buffer groups to drown out the black excellence over there, to cause tension over there. That's the Democrats' form of racism. They use other groups to do it. We cannot allow any black city, Atlanta, I'm hearing they trying to flood y'all now too. Atlanta, stand up. Black folks need to start moving more to Atlanta. And I'm talking about black folks that got something going on. I'm not talking about just to go be a doggone rapper or working at Magic City. I'm talking about black folks to establishing businesses and keep Atlanta black. I know sometime in Atlanta, y'all say, well, we full. You're not full enough for black people. You're not. Black people come move down here to Houston. I want to see more black people come down. You know, we got some black people from California that came move over here to Houston. Hey, I welcome all y'all to come. Come out them cities that hardly know black people and get down here and see that black people are successful down here. Black people doing very well down here. You got back up in Houston. You got back up in Dallas. Now, San Antonio, that's like going back to LA all over again, from what people are saying in a lot of instances, because a lot of them in San Antonio. But the two cities that black people go to is Dallas and Houston. That's where we go, or the Metroplex area, right? Yeah. That's kind of like how we live in Texas. But I just say, brothers and sisters, think about it, that live out there, because you know, sometimes it's like, hey man, so you can't let people take you down, and numbers means it all. Because you have no numbers, then how are you going to even local elections? Yeah, they got Karen Bass, but if Karen Bass don't do for them, she's done. Even if you got a black politician, it don't matter. If they don't do for them in LA, they're done, because they got the numbers. 1.8 million. You can't compete with that. Even if half of them vote, they still outvote you. They got the super majority. I'm surprised Karen Bass even won, personally. But let Los Angeles be just a lesson. To when we got a city, don't let nobody come and don't let the Democrats, with these open border policies, get us out of our spot. We have woke up to that minority crap. We woke up to that people of color BS. We woke up to it. And we have delineated, which has been the best thing ever for black people, was delineation. Okay? It's been the best move ever for us. Hold our city strong, and brothers and sisters from the West, if you want to come move to cities where we at, we definitely welcome you to Houston. Come on. If you're that kind of person, you like nightlife, you can be out 7 nights a week if you want to. It's like that down here in Houston, if you want to. But I just hate all this happened to our brothers and sisters in LA. But hey, you gotta just either go to another county where it's better, or come on down home to your ancestral homeland, the South. That's the best solution that I would come up with.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I'm not going to call it a tempest in a teapot, though I am going to call it much ado about bluffing. This morning's briefing is a follow-up to yesterday's, and the reason why is the white media is persistent in their insistence that the LA riots of the early 90s were somehow analogous to what's going on now. We have one car burning. That's basically all you got, but the white media is trying to find some sort of false connection. They've been desperately trying and failing. Even the Aryan propagandists, who never miss an opportunity.
jump to the next topic. Lady Terry, what are your thoughts on but Terry Anderson told us 35 years ago?
You want to be. Like, if you really want to move, you'll move. Like, you shouldn't have to, but if you want to, you can. You're only as limited as you want to be limited. You know, so the can is really a can, just whether or not you want it or not. It's a real question. So I gotta go say.
Okay. Yeah, shout out to Terry Anderson. I think he's related to Dr. Claude Anderson. He was definitely using his same talking points and terminology for the code. Definitely codified back then. And everything he said is even more relevant today in these current days and times. So he was definitely ahead of his time. And yeah, foreseen something decades into the future. But either way, the jig is up.
So back in June 10th, 1990, there was a brother by the name of
All right, moving along. The last topic of the night, or second to last topic of the night, and that is Tulsa reparations, another housing voter or voucher scam. So we got another Evanston, Illinois. This time in the home or former home on Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, where my godmother is from. The Greenwood, Astor, and Pine District. And Prince Black Truth gonna give us an update on how this is a nothing burger. Oh, that's what I forgot. I'm sorry, y'all, I forgot a topic. Before that, though, we're gonna get to the LA ICE protests are nothing like the 1992 rebellion, not riot, but rebellion of 92 in LA after the acquittal of 5 to 10 officers, white officers that beat Rodney King damn near to death on camera. So, Prince Black Truth is gonna give us the difference between the two.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I'm not going to call it a tempest in a teapot, though I am going to call it much ado about bluffing. This morning's briefing is a follow-up to yesterday's, and the reason why is the white media is persistent in their insistence that the LA riots of the early 90s were somehow analogous to what's going on now. We had one car burning, that's basically all you got, but the white media is trying to find some sort of false connection. They've been desperately trying and failing. Even the Aryan propagandists, who never miss an opportunity to put one of their clubbed feet in their mouth, had to admit that the LA riots of the early 90s were a lot worse than what's going on now, that there was no comparison between this and that. They had to admit it. They had to admit the last time a president sent the National Guard to respond to violence on the streets was 1992. And under those circumstances, that was at the direct request of Mayor Tom Bradley, Uncle Tom Bradley, as I like to call him, and Governor Pete Wilson. And that was what it took to get the National Guard then. Today, you got Governor Newsom and Mayor federales? We don't need no stinking federales. Now, these minor acts of disruption that are going on, they just smell like pure astroturf to me. It would not at all surprise me if it was found out that there was some sort of left-leaning entity or sufficiently wealthy individual who decided that because they had absolutely nothing to do with time they will waste money on this kind of agitprop. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But regardless of whether there's some shadowy forces in the background who are funding this, or whether this is quote unquote organic, I think we can all agree that it's not that. The reality is, whatever you want to call it, don't call it some national movement. Don't call it some expression of popular will. That's the last thing this is. This is not the battle for Los Angeles. This is a fist fight on Fernando Avenue, okay? This is nothing more than a brawl at the bodega, but that's it. Uprisings and unrest are a very accurate barometer of the social climate in America. 2020 saw several months of the public laying siege to the thugs in blue, putting them in their place. Today, there are people, desperate not to be deported, who are trying to claim that a tiny amount of property damage, a car here and a storefront there, and a few fools who are playing out on the highway somehow constitutes the exact same thing as the righteous uprisings of 5 years ago. While at the same time, you got others in the left corner of the white media who are desperate to give Trump a high-profile defeat, so they're cheerleading for his putting Marines in LA to be ruled illegal by some court and claiming, well, it's not as bad as all that. They can't get their lies straight. The orange man is using this, of course, as a way to get attention off of his own failures and troubles, like his back and forth with Elon Musk and his big, beautiful bill that has now become a big, ugly fiasco. The war in Ukraine isn't over and is not coming to an end anytime soon because neither Putin nor Zelensky are listening to Trump. He needs a distraction, and a big one, and doing something outrageous would certainly suffice. But we don't want anyone trying to compare the insignificant dust-up by illegals in LA to the genuine and righteous uprisings that Black protesters have brought about over decades past. The same people who you see trying to make false comparisons between themselves and the civil rights movement are also the same people who call us nigger, even if that's the only word of English they know. Even without ever having been in the United States, the white media transmits the rules of racism to the world. So foreigners already know that to send the right signals to the dominant society, they have to make it clear they are our enemy before they even get here. Of course, it also doesn't help that many of them have cultures that practice open, rampant anti-Black racism. But of course, as soon as white power slaps them in the face, they start trying to hide behind the coattails of our suffering. Well, we're not going to allow any rewriting of the history books, especially not our chapter. And certainly not by people who have spent decades, if not centuries, running us into the ground. All these pathetic attempts at false comparisons to the LA riots from the 90s, but people are not going to be allowed to say that there's a comparison. 1 or 2 cars being set on fire cannot compare to the utter widespread devastation that took place in the city 33 years ago. And there's certainly no comparison between these ICE arrests and the Rodney King beating. Rodney King was a citizen who police pulled over and violently assaulted for no reason other than that they could. Obviously, this wasn't the only time that the police had assaulted a citizen, certainly not in LA. Police did it all the time, but the white media did their job as the propaganda arm of white supremacy, and they told bald-faced lies to protect the enforcement arm of white supremacy, the police. But with the advent of consumer video cameras, that meant that now the ability to record these crimes was no longer solely in the hands of a local TV station, usually who's in bed with the cops. And that's the reason that the whole world saw what the police had been doing all along. And they also saw how prosecutors would use their position to throw cases, which is what they did when it came to the county case against those thugs. The city was outraged, and rightly so, and it burned, and rightly so. The police egregiously broke the law when they assaulted Mr. King. The people ICE are going after, on the other hand, they're the ones who broke the law. You can't make any sort of comparison. Yeah, a guy like Albrego Garcia, he was also a motorist like Rodney King, but unlike King, Garcia was not assaulted by the police. He was not violently beaten for minutes on end and didn't have his life repeatedly threatened by the thugs in blue and their pals. And on a side note, Albrego Garcia has actually returned to the United States. Those protests and the phony outrage on his behalf resulted in the outcome that he wanted. Now, that didn't happen with Rodney King. In fact, at this point, Garcia is now facing charges for human trafficking in the U.S., so the bleeding hearts who were so worried about the guy, you can dry up now. He's back in the U.S., a country that he is not a citizen of, which he illegally entered, and he was illegally residing in, and after he faces trial, he'll be sent back home, which is El Salvador, not the United States. The lie of illegal immigration is that these people are fleeing oppression and fleeing repression in their home countries. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's all economic migration. And what they've learned is just to say whatever they have to in order to, quote unquote, qualify for asylum. Once you get in the country, they'll go ahead and tell you that you're supposed to show up for a court date so they can decide what to do with you. But of course, nothing will be done if you refuse to show up at all. And that's what's been going on for decades on end. Now, why do we have all of this rampant illegal immigration going on? The problem here is a failure of citizenship. Instead of fleeing these countries, these people need to be taught to exercise some of that alleged superior work ethic they keep claiming to have and put it to use cleaning up their home countries and standing them on their feet. People can say what they want about that Blacc character. I'm certainly no admirer, but you have to give the devil his due. He took a country that had been drowning in its own blood, taken over by criminals and gangs, and he got those reprobates under control. And the streets of El Salvador, if not totally safe, at the very least, are finally, for the first time in decades, not a shooting gallery anymore. Yes, his measures were draconian, but the situation down there was dystopian. The gangs weren't hard to find at all. They operated openly. What wasn't happening was enforcement of the laws on any appreciable level. Bukele recognized this for the cultural failing that it was, and he addressed it. In fact, Bukele's efforts have been so successful to the point, as I said in a previous video, people who had fled El Salvador because of all of the violence there are now planning to come back. And you know what? Albrego Garcia ought to be one of them. Make no mistake, all of this stuff that we see going on in Los Angeles right now, it's almost certainly AstroTurf. It certainly smells that way. But regardless, the one thing that it isn't is some expression of mass dissent. It's not the American people who are having an uprising. It's a handful of criminals and illegal aliens who are terrified at the prospect that the free ride is over. And the problem that Trump has presented them with is, after all these decades of being told that there's nothing that can be done about people flooding over the border, he showed that it could actually be done very easily, which is exactly what the politicians, Democrat and Republican, as well as all of these corporations and the rest of these financial and business entities who have been living fat off of the illegal alien economy, they knew this too. They knew that they were lying when they claimed that, oh, there's just nothing that can be done about it. The movement people, we don't have enough people to get on the border. Well, it turned out that they did. They just didn't want to do it. They were lying. Just like the individuals we see today who are trying to cling on to the legacy of the civil rights movement, individuals who spit on black people every chance they get, trying to claim that somehow their illegal entry to America is analogous to the Freedom Riders. And there is nothing righteous about protesting the police for the first time in a long time actually doing their jobs and going after criminals, which is what anyone who breaks into a country is, a criminal. The pathetic attempts to try to manufacture the optics that there's some sort of mass uprising happening in California is falling flat. People aren't going for it. And the worst part is, even if they did believe it, as far as they're concerned, that would be a small price to pay in order to clean up the streets. That would actually get people to say, geez, if this is what's going on, let ICE go ahead and round up everybody who's not supposed to be here. But we as black people have to make sure that nobody's allowed to muddy the waters, that nobody's allowed to make any false claims, because one of the things that's going to be happening is you can bet that you're going to have a few slimy, slithering scumbags from the congressional black talkers or some other bought and paid for Negroes for the DNC who are going to be claiming that because they're black, well, they're going to give cover to the illegal aliens and say that, oh, what it is that ICE is doing, this is just like Bull Connor back in the 60s. That's what they'll be doing. Or they'll be making some other sort of asinine comparison that has no basis. During the LA riots, it wasn't black people who were the main ones taking part in looting. It was people like the ones who come from south of the border. They were the ones who were the main people breaking into stores and running off with consumer electronics and other things. They were the ones profiting in all kinds of ways off of an uprising that was the result of black suffering that we've endured all along. Well, it's time for that to stop. Everyone is going to have to stand up for themselves and stand on their own 2 feet. There will be no dragging us into somebody else's argument. Black Americans are law-abiding citizens. We have been denied the rights that we fought and bled and died for, while everybody else is allowed to saunter into this country on a song, and they're allowed to enjoy all that stuff from day one. No, we're not going to be getting out there waving any flags for the Orange Man, or otherwise singing the praises of Tom Holman or Kristi Noem or the rest of that gang of reprobates. And for the Black-Brown Alliance dead-enders, with this late date are still trying to tell us to stick up for the illegal aliens because they think we have something in common with criminals breaking into the country, well, my answer to them is we are supporting these illegal aliens the exact same way they've always supported us. good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: John Harvin, Sakina Collins, Abram Pruitt, Rebellious Zoe, and Zachary Jenkins. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. I'm sure everybody's heard about how Tulsa has its first black mayor, Monroe Nichols. Seems that he's trying to make some kind of a big splash because he's proposed a $105 million charitable trust that he said could be used to repair, not reparations, he stays away from that word, but he said repair the damage that was done to the descendants of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Now, I heard about this story and it was a nothing burger, but let me go ahead and give you my 2 cents on it. When you actually look at it, you see it's just more of the same nonsense that we've seen before. His plan: give descendants of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre scholarships and housing help. Gee, haven't heard that one in a while. So it's the same old scam. Go ahead and give you some money for a school that's going to immediately go to an HBCU or to a white-owned, white-run college or university. And then you can also have some housing money, which means they're going to give you a tiny amount that won't even be enough for a down payment, much less a house. As we've seen in all of these other instances where these people try to claim that they're proposing a reparations plan, it's the same clumsy front for floating money to white financial and business interest. It's a voucher scheme, or rather voucher scam, because the vouchers can only be used with white businesses. That's why these white city council people and these white state legislators, you notice how they're never raising hell about these reparations proposals? That's because they know exactly what it's about. Hell, it was their idea. They were the ones who said, well, we got a better idea. No cash reparations because we stole all the money. So it needs to be vouchers. Vouchers that can go for housing assistance. Why, my inbred brother's got a mortgage company that the state funds, by the way, with black taxpayer dollars. And, well, those black taxpayer dollars can come right back to us. It's a scam that nobody ever calls out, certainly not your first black mayor of Tulsa. But then again, why would he? He's on the take too. So your first black mayor of Tulsa's plan to repair the damage done to the descendants of the Tulsa Race Massacre is to give over $100 million to the descendants of the racist mobs who carried out the massacre. People who are the direct beneficiaries of it, individuals who to this day continue and persist in carrying out violent anti-black racism. This is the city's first black mayor we're talking about here. Instead of wasting people's time pretending as if he was going to address the Tulsa Race Massacre, he might as well have held a press conference announcing that his white donors had their hands up his absurdly large rear end and they're using him for a meat puppet to push their lines. Because what he also does is he calls for the bulk of that funding, $60 million, to go toward improving buildings and revitalizing the city's north side. Now, I don't know exactly what the racial demographics are of Tulsa's north side, but as far as improving buildings and revitalizing that area of the city, is that going to actually take the form of black people who are going to be getting any sort of money for their own real estate? His reparations, I mean repair plan for the black victims of this white genocidal violence is to put money into real estate and buildings that black people most likely don't even own. And that gibberish that he was spouting, it's basically the same old urban renewal, urban revitalization crap that we always hear. And he calls that repair for the damage done to these people. For some strange reason, though, this scam sounds very familiar to me. Now, where have we heard this scheme before from some self-serving black figure that white power put in some position or other? Oh yeah, the San Francisco NAACP, when they infamously sent out a press release where they viciously attacked cash reparations, saying that the black citizens of San Francisco shouldn't be getting any sort of cash. They don't need any cash. They opposed black residents receiving the money that they're owed, and instead the NAACP said the city should put money into city development and housing. These bootlicks couldn't even come up with any new material. And of course, the San Francisco NAACP knew exactly what part of the city they wanted money to go to. They knew specifically where the money should go. As they put it, it should go to the Fillmore Heritage Center. And as I explained in my earlier video where I exposed this scam, the San Francisco Fillmore Heritage Center is literally right across the street from the NAACP San Francisco office, which is also on Fillmore Street. It's even on the letter that they sent out. The address is right there. That's the entire reason why the San Francisco NAACP's letter said to preserve and protect the Fillmore Heritage Center and the surrounding blacks. Yeah, like the NAACP headquarters there is just across the street. And of course, we also need to mention that Kamala Harris's so-called pastor, he's the guy who runs the San Francisco NAACP. So this is the reason why all of these people are sock puppets for white power. This is important to note because this is how deep the rot runs. This is how deep the disease goes. We got to protect the Fillmore Heritage Center. Yeah, make sure you protect the NAACP's little office across the street, just the surrounding place. That's their plan. Protect them and leave all the black folks in San Francisco homeless, which is exactly what's happened. This is how absolutely evil the black misleadership class is. They are every bit as malignant and mendacious as the most virulent white supremacists. But after all, that's who they pattern themselves after. That's who they want to be. Their contempt for us is as great as any white supremacist you've ever seen. Look what happened with California's state legislative black caucus when they sat there and undermined reparations. They were sitting there laughing and mocking the very people who were demanding it, their own black constituents. And for the NAACP of all groups to be opening their mouths on anything in San Francisco, I consider that to be particularly perverse. Black people have been all but ethnically cleansed from San Francisco, even though you had a black mayor, that London breed woman. Oh, and of course, Kamala Harris was the DA there. These people presided over it, like low-down Willie Brown, Kamala Harris's boyfriend from back in the day. And trash like the NAACP are the reason that this all happened. This is supposed to be what passes for black advocates. But as we all know, the NAACP was never meant to be black anything. They were created to be controlled opposition, black and mulatto faces pushing a white agenda. So this is not about reparations for them. They could care less about this. It's about decrepit old Negroes, these bootlicking, backstabbing boomers who are desperately trying to get a few crumbs for themselves from massa before they die. And they are literally selling out their own children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren to get it. We don't have any elders in the black community. We got to be honest about that. All we have are a bunch of old people running around who prove every day that they're not worthy of respect. So the same way we saw the NAACP a few years back pushing that scam, we got Tulsa's mayor who's decided to rinse and repeat the exact same scheme. Just like with Wes Moore, we see yet another famous black first, in this case a governor, saying that reparations cannot be cash payments. And just like Wes Moore, Tulsa's mayor is falsely claiming to be doing the work, or repairs as he put it. Different cities, different states, different regions of the country. But all these buck dancing bastards say the exact same thing. No cash reparations, we're opposed to that. And the money needs to go to just the same old stuff that every white politician talks about. Needs to be some urban renewal, and we're going to revitalize the city core, et cetera, et cetera. This is how you know there's a program at work here. These sellouts are all repeating the exact same talking points that were handed to them by their dark money white donors in the DNC. I told you about this years ago, that this is what white power would attempt to do in order to falsely claim that they paid reparations. This is their way of trying to get out in front of it and trying to head the issue off before it can get anywhere. That's what this is. They're trying to manufacture some phony headlines for themselves, and then they'll lie and say, look, we got this sellout black governor. This first black governor over here, Wes Moore, and we got this sellout bootlicking black mayor. The first black mayor of Tulsa. And they say that they've already fixed the issue. They've put the money in, and even though there's a lot of work yet to be done, there's already been substantial progress made, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a matter of doing the work. In other words, expect to hear these people repeating the exact same lie that we've heard for 70 some odd years from clowns like John Lewis to Andrew Young to all the other scumbags that white supremacy has set up to be the Negro misleaders who are always giving a clean bill of health to the anti-black oppression that we live under. They're always claiming that things are better than they were before, when the reality is we all know nothing has changed at all. The same thing we've been hearing every do-nothing piece of legislation white power has ever proposed for the last 80 years. The so-called article from Nothing But Caucasians, which was itself just repasted from the Aryan propagandist, the AP, even they admitted, well, what the mayor of Tulsa is saying is that this is not reparations. So housing vouchers and scholarship money, that's not reparations. Even he had to admit, we can't call it reparations. We'll call it repairs, but not reparations. And yet, When you look at the rest of what this piece says, it calls all this other garbage like that nonsense in Evanston. They're calling that reparations when it's the exact same thing. And that's the point. These are the lies and propaganda that the white media is trying to prop up. They're trying to set the stage for a false claim that, hey, look, we dealt with reparations. See, we've already done all this stuff. We've put all of these initiatives in place. So as far as we're concerned, it's a done deal now. It's a closed issue and there's nothing more to be said about it. See, we've already handled it. The greatest crime in human history, we've already atoned for it. So we don't want to hear anything else. That's what they're trying to do. Reparations means one thing and one thing only: cash payments. Anything else is a scam. And notice how no one's saying anything about inflation when it comes to the mayor of Tulsa's plan. That's just a little something for food for thought for a dummy. When it comes to schemes and scams meant to float money to white interest, nobody ever talks about inflation or anything else economic. All of a sudden, it's just an unqualified good. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Family, you better learn to recognize when people are lying to you and call them out on it. So, just as Joe Biden signed that meaningless Juneteenth holiday law, the mayor of Tulsa also announced that he declared June 1st to be Tulsa Race Massacre Observance Day. And while there's nothing wrong with that, I do have an issue with the fact that it was basically an official holiday for the city, meaning that it's a day off for city workers, including the mayor. Once again, white power and its flunkies give themselves freebies and then falsely claim that they did it for you. They commit fraud with the white media's help, saying that they're doing things for us. Meanwhile, these Negroes are scheming how to get a few crumbs for themselves in exchange for lining white power's pockets. They're working hand in hand with the enemy. And any of you in the sound of my voice who actually voted for this guy, go ahead and take a bow. This is what you got. These bootlicks are meant to be white supremacy's firewall against us. And this is not new. Using bootlicks is a vital part of any system of oppression, because the only way to oppress people long-term is to derange their own internal politics by sending operatives among them to confuse them and mislead them. You financially prop up these traitors and then use their network of other bootlicks, mostly preachers and so-called homegrown activists, who will vouch for these sellouts. See, white supremacy set up an entire constellation of enemies amongst us. And it's our job to make sure that they're outed and ousted. Some Negroes are silly enough they'll actually support these clowns without demanding anything. That's the problem. Black people have no standards when it comes to their vote. And no, you don't sit there and take inferences or somebody is hinting at something. Either you come out and say it or it's a lie. And this is what happened here. He said he doesn't call this reparations. Well, he's right about that, because this isn't reparations. It's nothing at all. It's a scam. He didn't promise you reparations, and he kept his word. When people are criminals, they have to be made to pay. Until they do, justice has not been served. Anyone who stands in the way of reparations is a collaborator with white supremacy or an accessory after the fact. The beneficiaries of anti-Black racism are the ones who oppose justice. And a lot of these opponents of justice are people who identify as Black. But as a wise person once said, you ain't Black for nothing. Reparations is truth serum, because no one can deny that it's owed. So instead, they have to lie in order to oppose it. So they lie and say, well, it was a long time ago. Or they lie and say there's no money for it. Or they lie and say they don't know who to even apply to, and so on and so forth. Nothing has threatened the system like the issue of reparations. That's why you got all of these fools, white supremacists and their Black bootlicks, who are quaking in their shoes. They know exactly what this means. This is the kind of thing that's a game changer. Reparations means punishing white privilege and attaching a dollar penalty to the unearned, undeserved wealth that white supremacy stole from us, all these anti-Black racists. The dominant society understands that, and any of these sorry Negroes who want crumbs from masses' table, they know it too, the same way a dog knows what its master wants. So we're not going to allow the white media or any of their black sock puppets to redefine reparations, or to try to instill some sort of false standard for what it is, or to try to lie and claim, see, we've dealt with it. We put all of this stuff on the books. Why, hundreds of millions of dollars have gone to reparations, because that's the lie that they ultimately are trying to tell. All of these phony schemes that they've been proposing, all of these do-nothing initiatives that they've been announcing, it's all been meant to undergird the biggest lie of all, which is why we have allocated hundreds of millions of dollars for reparations, don't you know? We've devoted hundreds of millions to it. I mean, we could not possibly do any more than that. And look, Black people's position hasn't changed, so it's clearly their own fault. That's what it's meant to prop up. That's the point they're trying to get to. That's the lie that they are attempting to pull over your eyes. Don't let it happen. And definitely make sure that these sellouts who have chosen to be the front Negroes for white power, they got to be called out on this. This Nichols character, he shouldn't be able to go anywhere without black people calling him out for what is clearly a sellout. Make it plain. These beneficiaries of white privilege, they're not going to be the only ones who are made to pay. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Blacc to Deaf, Snaps Bell, Roxanne Allen, Jonathan Maynor, and Anthony Pollard. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Pro-Trump Gen Z influencer gets massive TikTok star detained by ICE. They snitching up some. Put it up for a mass. Then got this brother caught up. Bo Loudon, a conservative Gen Z influencer who has called Donald Trump's son, Barron Trump, his, quote, best friend, is taking credit for helping immigration and customs enforcement briefly detain Italian, Senegalese social media star, Kobe Lane, the world's most followed person on TikTok. Lane was or has not addressed his detention on social media, did not respond to a request for comment from the New York Times that is in alignment with his character. So in a statement to USA Today on Sunday, an ICE spokesperson confirmed that Lane, whose full name is, I think it's Syringe Cabane Lane, was detained on Friday at Harry Reid International Airport. This was in Las Vegas for, quote, immigration violations. The kid is 25 years old. He has more than 160 million followers on TikTok. Was born in Senegal, but moved as a child to Italy, where he is now an actual citizen. So according to ICE, he entered the U.S. on April 30th and, quote, overstayed the terms of his visa. I get back to that. After brief detention, the agency said Mr. Lane was granted voluntary departure, which allows an individual facing removal to leave the U.S. voluntarily in a set time frame, rather than being ordered to be deported. After losing his factory job during the COVID pandemic, Mr. Lane began posting silent skits, reacting to life hack videos on TikTok. Quickly gaining a following, he has held the title for the most followed user on the platform since June 2022, and counting. Put it up for Mahas. He makes plenty of money. Okay. So on Friday, before Lane's detention was reported widely, Loudon alleged he played a role in the influencer's interaction with immigration authorities. Quote, I've been working with the patriots at President Trump's DHS to make this happen. Loudon, 18, wrote on X. In a video posted on Monday, Loudon alleged he heard from a, quote, few of his friends and business partners that Lane had overstayed his visa. Quote, I just called some buddies in the administration and I've never seen anything happen so quick. Loudon alleged. Quote, they were like, we're gonna get right on this. And then he wished Mr. Lane best of luck and said he hopes he's able to come back as a law-abiding citizen. All right? Okay. So Bo is the son of former Republican Missouri State Senator John Loudon and conservative media personality Gina, who served as co-chair of the Women for Trump. which is insane. The 18-year-old frequently posts photos of himself with both the president and Barron Trump, along with people like Chris Brown, Snoop Dogg, Tucker, Rittenhouse, and others, Shapiro, etc. He also features many family photos of other members of the Trump family. And during Trump's presidential campaign, he was said to have played a role in helping the 78-year-old court young male voters. Loudon said he helped set up Trump's interviews with Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross. Quote, "It was the honor of my life to be able to organize and attend the legendary stream between rightful President Trump and my friend, yada, 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 obviously the kids in the cult." And man, put up this picture again, man. All right. All of them holding put this picture back up. This individual, Bo, has been an interesting, very young human being. He is bragging about snitching. Now, I know he's not from Glenwood, but damn, I have never, Jackson, brother, I have never heard an individual with some level of celebrity get on social media and proclaim they are the snitch behind getting an individual caught up in immigration who happens to be a few days over the visa stay. Now, if we want to get technical, Canadians are the #1 violators of overstay visas, and I don't see a crackdown on that. And the reason why they jumped on this, as he said, oh, it was amazing, they jumped right on, because it's high profile. Yeah. This is their fear tactic to everybody else. What say you?
Yeah, absolutely. He's high profile, the most followed person on TikTok. And if it wasn't for that, then this wouldn't have, he wouldn't have gone after him. And just unfortunately, politics in America, particularly just the right-wing propaganda machine, is just endless baiting. And they, people will come on to this show and they'll be like, call you a race baiter and stuff like that. But they the main ones, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't for all the stuff that they doing, we wouldn't have anything to talk about in regards to race baiting. But yeah, no, he's 18, he's a kid, and he's got some notoriety and a platform, and now, this got him popular. So, I'm hoping he got a couple of dates from some right-wing sweethearts off of this or something, He's still old enough to go to somebody prom, so maybe he about to get that going on. I don't know. But yeah, this is just a high-profile situation, and that's why it happened.
Yeah, but young man, you can make whatever decision you want to make, sir. You're technically an adult. But snitching, sir, usually you keep that to yourself. I encourage you to make better life decisions, but
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with the nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
ladies and gentlemen, you know, Donald Trump's feud with Elon Musk has gone worldwide. And people are, of course, mocking it, laughing at it, you know, and they're taking pleasure in Elon Musk turning on Donald Trump, you know, and Putin is now getting in on the action and is offering Elon Musk political asylum if he wants to come over to Russia. Now, Putin, come on. If Putin brings Elon over there, I don't think it's because he likes Elon. Elon got close to Donald Trump. I think he would just be picking his brain for really intel purposes to find out what Elon knows, not only about Donald Trump, but this government, you know? But as far as Putin bonding with Elon, I don't think he would. I don't think he would, especially after watching how Elon flipped so easy on Donald Trump. I know Putin probably would proceed with caution, but he would get the things he wants out of Elon. And that's just my honest opinion. So y'all, let's get into this story. Russia considers offering Elon Musk political asylum amid fallout with Trump. A senior Russian lawmaker has suggested that Russia could offer political asylum to billionaire tech entrepreneur Elon Musk, following an escalating conflict between Musk and U.S. President Donald Trump. Despite the statement, the Kremlin has maintained a neutral stance on the situation. Tensions erupted publicly between the former allies on Thursday after Musk criticized President Trump's new tax and spending legislation. The dispute quickly escalated, with Trump allegedly threatening Musk with contract cancellations and even impeachment talk. Musk had previously supported Trump's 2024 re-election campaign with a $300 million donation. If he ever requires political asylum, Russia would certainly consider offering it, said Dmitry Novikov, first deputy chairman of the State Duma's International Affairs Committee, in an interview with the state-owned TASS news agency. However, Novikov added that he believes Musk is pursuing a very different agenda and likely doesn't need asylum. Meanwhile, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov refused to get involved in the controversy. This is an internal political matter for the United States, Peskov told reporters. We are not going to interfere and trust that the U.S. leadership will resolve it. Russia has previously extended asylum to high-profile Western figures, including former NSA contractor Edward Snowden and pro-Kremlin British journalist Graham Phillips. Musk recently stepped down as head of the Federal Department of Government Efficiency, a controversial agency he helped create to curb federal spending. In his resignation, Musk criticized Trump's new spending package, warning it would dramatically increase the national debt. Trump responded by saying he was very disappointed in Musk, downplaying their once close alliance. Musk has since claimed that without his financial and technological support, Trump might not have secured a second term in office. The feud has already shaken investor confidence, with Tesla stock tumbling and Musk threatening to pull support from a key national space initiative. You know, a little earlier this week, I saw that Elon's father was over there in Russia. And I was also reading that Harold Musk is very pro-Putin. And he went over there, I think, for some kind of convention. Well, anyway, Russia, I believe one way they can lure Elon over there is with SpaceX. First of all, Elon, you can tell there's zero experience when it comes down to rocket technology, because it seems like everything they launch blows up in the atmosphere, makes everything toxic, and debris always falling all over the place. Where Russia is way more advanced, Russia is 1,000 years old, and they're a lot more advanced when it comes down to rocket technology. So I could see Elon being lured over there just for learning purposes as far as rocket technology is concerned, because we already seen the disastrous SpaceX program that he has going. I mean, it really is. It must be a blow up every single launch. It's some kind of blow up. And it's just a mess, not only environmentally, I mean, just to the ocean and just everywhere. So, y'all, do you think Elon will bite and go to Russia and take up Putin's offer for political asylum? Or do you think he'll just stay here in America? He got all the reasons in the world to be here in America. Apparently, America loves giving Elon contracts, even if he has no experience in the areas of those contracts. They just have billion-dollar contracts, and they just go find Elon and give him to him. Oh yeah, $6 million, billion-dollar contract. Give that to Elon. That's what it seems like. So y'all, tell me what you think about this video. I just think it's hilarious the way Donald Trump is Putin's lapdog, and Putin is doing this right in plain sight. But see, I guess this is what happens when your feud goes global and everybody knows what's going on. And actually, in this whole thing, Putin would have the upper hand, because think about it, all the intelligence and things he could get out of Elon. Like what Donald Trump is like, things that Donald Trump is doing, things that he's observed about the U.S. federal government, the Treasury. You know what I mean? He's had access to everything. And I'm sure Putin would be picking his brain about as much intel as he could possibly get out of Elon about everything. Donald Trump's presidency down to the federal agencies that Elon and Doge kicked in the door and went in there and got all the data and everything. Yeah, I'm sure he would definitely try to find out as much as he could. Y'all, tell me what you think about this one. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
All right, y'all. So that was the end of the topic. So appreciate y'all staying up late with us. I like to subscribe to Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda. Crewman Lady Chase signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant for the city. Peace and Black empowerment. Yep. So during this Father's Day, everyone in the evening time for a brand new episode of Frontline Black News. Peace.